Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to Daybreak Extra and also special coverage of Nigeria's Independence Day. I am Ayuba. Ilya, thank you for joining. It's a special broadcast basically to look at the country's Independence Day. Today, Nigeria marks 62 years. Earlier, the president made a broadcast to the nation and we'll be analyzing some of the things that the president said. We will also bring you special reports, live feeds from our correspondent across the country and also some locations. We will be having guest panelists who will also join to share their views on the significance of this day in the life of Nigeria. We'll also start now with special packages, and some of them that we lined up basically looks at the reactions that Nigerians, are having with regards to the Independence Day. Now, Nigeria celebrates 62 years of independence from the British government. Though a cause to celebrate, many believe that the country is not completely free from the yoke of colonialism. Nigerians expressed mixed feelings over the actualization or otherwise of the dreams of the nation's founding fathers. Our correspondent, Shafiu Suleiman, packages this.
In a speech at the United Nations General Assembly after independence, the first and the last Prime Minister of Nigeria, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, envisaged a nation that was not only democratically independent but economically viable to lead the African continent.
It is a desire of Nigeria, as I have said already, to remain on friendly terms with all nations and to participate actively in the work of the United Nations organization. Secondly, Nigeria, a large and populous country of over 35 million, has absolutely no territorial or expansionist intentions. Thirdly, we shall not forget our old friends, and we are proud to have been accepted as a member of the British Commonwealth. But nevertheless, we do not intend to align ourselves as a matter of routine with any of the power blocs.
62 years later, how has Nigeria kept faith with this dream?
There are lots of obstacles. So we as a nation, we experience so many obstacles, and there are still going to be many obstacles. Although we are growing at a slow pace compared to the other developed world. But I think gradually we are getting it.
How many African countries are nuclear power? How many of us have achieved a lot of feats in science and technology? How many of us have witnessed industrial revolution? Where are our own industrial parks? The national grid collapsed for the 7th time just yesterday in a year. So we are grappling with 5,000 megawatts of electricity for a country of over 200 million.
As it grows from a 35 million population in 1960 to over 200 million, Nigeria's development with diverse ethnicity and religions is said to be growing at a snail's speed in comparison with its contemporaries.
Too much ethnicity in whatever we are doing as people. We are playing a lot about religion instead of focusing on developmental issues that concerns Nigeria. We should eschew this issue of ethnicity, nepotism, and then corruption. It has helped a lot in making Nigeria not to get to where they are supposed to be.
Beyond the need to strengthen weak institutions, genuinely tackle corruption and produce credible leadership, respondents underscored the need for Nigerians to play their parts for the nation to attain its potentials.
Where is Nigeria in terms of science and technology? Those countries that we say are global, that are global war power, they are war power because of their achievements in information communication technology.
Is to support the government, especially, just as they said, police are friends to civilians. So that's how we're supposed to relate with the government. I think this will help the country to move forward.
It depends. Everything is in our hands. Though government have their own aspect to take care of, but as an individual, we too will have our own contribution to development of Nigeria. As long as we wake up to say, God bless Nigeria, Nigeria will be blessed.
As it celebrates yet another independence 5 months away to a general election, respondents say the country can still right the wrongs and set the stage for accelerated development. Shapir Suleiman, Trust TV News, Abuja.
Indeed, God bless Nigeria. Now, Nigeria clocks 62 years as an independent nation on its 1st October after attaining its sovereignty in 1960. The country has witnessed the good and bad moments in this journey, though it is still battling many challenges to remain a united country. In this special report, Trust TV's Ibrahim Yusuf examines socio-economic challenges Nigeria has to contend with as the country looks forward to a brighter future for its rising population.
At independence, Nigeria had an estimated population of 45.1 million people. Currently, the population has risen to over 200 million, and it's projected that the country's population will grow to over 400 million people by the year 2050. That number seems alarming in the face of the current global commodity shocks and a depreciating currency, while surging inflation is consequently pushing millions of Nigerians into poverty. The trajectory of Nigeria's population growth and the current economic challenges faced by the average Nigerian paints a gloomy picture for the nation's economy. As the country commemorates 62 years of independence, a cross-section of Nigerians believe there is nothing to celebrate from an economic point of view.
We're not doing well because we have every reason to do well, but we need managers of the economy to make it work. If we have poor managers, just like any company, if you have a poor management, it will die. That's what's happening to our economy. Our managers of the economy are not good, and it's showing on the inflation rates that we're seeing on daily basis. So if we don't get good economists, we're going to keep suffering. We're going to have problems with our economy.
I must say, and truthfully, without missing word, our economy has taken a backstage. Probably we don't have monitoring institutions, or our institution has not been strengthened so that they can be holding our government officials and our civil servants and our politicians accountable.
If you take it from human capital, you will understand that Nigeria is so much enriched in human capital, which has not been tapped on. 75% of Nigerian population is youth from age of 18 to 40.
Though the economic outlook seems bleak, experts are of the opinion that it is not all doom and gloom.
There is hope for Nigeria, and that hope can only come if you have the right political leadership that will do this very item, this line of items I've mentioned, improve in our spending capacity or in our spending efficiency, take away all these leakages we have, all these frivolosities we have, padding our budget. If you deal with those issues, you have enough fund to put into infrastructure, put it in the maintenance of our road or building more road networks, or put into our electricity.
Despite the current economic challenges and the not too promising outlook, some Nigerians are of the belief that the country has the potential to turn things around.
It's very, very unfortunate. For me, Nigeria is as old as 62 years without electricity, 62 years without security, 62 years without cohesion, understanding, and unity. It's very, very unfortunate. But I'm hopeful it will be better.
The Nigerian economy has indeed endured a roller coaster ride since independence, and as the country's population growth continues to outpace poverty reduction and literacy levels, the outlook for the future does not seem promising. However, Nigerians still have the belief that with the right plans, policies and programs, the economy can bounce back. Ibrahim Yusuf, Trust TV News.
All right, now let's move on to the northeastern part of the country. In Borno, a Borno-born medical scientist, Dibal Arhel Wandali, has customized almost every possession of his to green, white, green Nigeria's national colors. In the spirit of the 2022 Independence Day celebration, Trust TV's Ibrahim Ismail visits Dibal in his home and files in this report.
This is the greenhouse built by Dibal Ariel Wandali, popularly known as Mr. Nigeria, bearing Nigeria's national colors, green, white, green. The building is located at Usmandala area, Biu Town, Biu local government area of Borno State, northeast Nigeria. Born in October 1963, the medical scientist has been promoting Nigeria's color for over 30 years. Mr. Nigeria, who benefited from national scholarship and studied in Bulgaria, have customized everything at his residence in Nigerian colors, all for the purpose of unity.
Well, the passion of being patriotic was inherent in me from childhood. The reason is this: when I watched television in those days, our old founding fathers like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa Balewa, and the rest inspired me from the word go. So I was proud then to be a Nigerian. And when I grew up, I continued to nurture that inherent this thing in me. And that was how the passion started. So with that, when I became matured, I said, well, whatever comes up, whatever I may be, I would like to remain a Nigerian.
The architect who designed the customized greenhouse is proud of the project.
I was a baby architect when I do this work. So it's my base work, sir. You understand? That is my base work.
Initially, some members of the Bal's family who were uncomfortable with everything looking uniform at their residence are now happy with the green, white, green look.
Green, white, green, I don't appreciate the color. It doesn't fit someone at times. That's what I used to tell him, especially black people. I said the green, white doesn't fit them. But as far he loves green, white, green, so I have to adopt it.
At the General Hospital Biu, where Mr. Dibal Ariel works, management and members of staff testified to his patriotism.
Most dedicated person to his job. I don't think if he left us, we will have someone that will replace his position in the nearest years that will come.
Amidst multiple challenges of insecurity, economic turbulence, and endemic corruption bedeviling Nigeria, Dibal believes the country will be great in the near future.
So the leaders of today should look backwards and learn from what our forefathers have done. And I believe Nigeria will be great again.
The story of men like Dibal are often untold, though his patriotism needs to be celebrated.
From Biu, in Borno State, Ibrahim Ismail reporting for Trust TV.
Well, quite patriotic, I must say, for him there, and something for many Nigerians to actually emulate. Now, Katsina is one of the educationally advantaged states in northern Nigeria, owing to its status to one of the premier institutions in the country, the Katsina Teachers Training College. Established in 1921 by the British government, the college was officially opened in 1922 by Sir Hugh Clifford, who was then Governor General of Nigeria. In this special report, Trust TV's Abdullahi Amadi takes a look at the role played by this historical building in the development of Nigeria.
This building is the institution that produced a great percentage of northern leaders such as the Sardauna of Sokoto, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Sir Kashim Ibrahim, and a host of many others. Katsina Teachers Training College, located in the heart of Katsina, nurtured all the prominent and famous leaders of northern Nigeria. This cut across administrative and political leaders who steered the ship of leadership before and even after the independence of Nigeria.
The purpose of establishing the college was to provide teachers for the then middle schools. In each province there was a middle school. This middle school is partly primary, is partly secondary.
Up till today, There is the chair and the desk of the first principal of the college, Sir G.A.J. Vatman, as well as the pictures of the first set of students of the college.
It was the only secondary school in the whole northern region. So most of the first leadership in the political arena, people like Tafawa Ulewa, people like Sardauna, people like Makamu Bida, Isa Kaita, and so on. All their names are here. They all passed through that college. And they were the first political leaders of the northern region. And because it was the only college, it united the whole north.
It stands to reason that the history of Nigeria and the north in particular is incomplete without a mention of the famous Katsina College. Today, this building houses national monuments and many historical artifacts which are found inside.
Enrollment of 50 students throughout northern Nigeria, that is from Kwara down to Maiduguri. Only 50 students were selected to attend this college, to start the college. All the teaching staff during that time were Europeans. They came from England.
In addition to being a custodian that advanced the development of Western civilization, Katsina is the home to first Islamic university in West Africa, established over 670 years ago. Starting out as a mosque, the institution was transformed into the Gobaro Islamic University, affiliated to the Islamic University in Timbuktu, Mali.
That university produced very famous Islamic scholars whose fame is still being respected all over the Muslim world, including three great ones. First, there was Sheikh Muhammad Al-Kashnawi Al-Fulani, who was a Fulani man, who traveled to Saudi Arabia on his way back, stayed in Cairo, taught people of Cairo, and even wrote a book which is available at Al-Azhar University.
These two educational establishments have not only cemented Katsina's place as a historical educational reference, but has also crowned Katsina as a center of learning and civilization in both Western and Islamic education. Abdullahi Ismail Ahmadi, Trust Television News, Katsina.
All right, quite historical. Now, for a special poem on this special day, we have a poet in the studio, Mohammed Bello. He is popularly known as the Duke of Abuja. Good morning, Mohammed.
Good morning.
Well, quite an interesting day, isn't it? It's a special day for us. And what's your poem all about, to start with?
Well, my poem is titled Being a Nigerian is Hard Work, and it's about the struggles of being a Nigerian, home and abroad.
All right. So let's have a sense of what it means to be a Nigerian.
So it goes like this. Being a Nigerian is hard work. Not because I was born and raised in Nigeria. It is because I have to identify with one of the over 250 ethnic groups each time someone asks me, where are you from? Instead of saying, I'm a Nigerian. Being a Nigerian is hard work, not because I have to learn the English language and the Western ways, but because after identifying with an ethnic group, my reality is not entirely of my ethnic group or Nigeria. So most of the time, the things I eat, the things I wear and use are of foreign lands, not Nigeria. Being a Nigerian is hard work, not because my skin is black, but because I have to deal with the scornful looks that follows when I introduce myself as a Nigerian abroad. Being a Nigerian is hard work, not because I live on its soil, but because I'm constantly reminded that I need to japa to be a happy man each time I see Nigerians in diaspora doing well. Being a Nigerian is hard work, not because we are underdeveloped as a nation, but because we drive exotic cars on bad roads, procure highly technological gadgets when we still struggle with stable electricity and poor networks. So I still have to shout, hello, hello, can you hear me? each time I try to place a call. Well, I'm proudly Nigerian for the diversity that binds us together, and our hope for the future is bright. I'm proudly Nigerian for people teach me the meaning of strength. We always find happiness amidst tough situations. I am proudly Nigerian for music beats very loud abroad, and my essence dances to its rhythm. I am proudly Nigerian for I resonate with a richness in nature, and my feet walks it pathways. I am proudly Nigerian for she witnessed my birth, and I carry around with me her wisdom. I am proudly Nigerian because we are the future. Thank you.
Wow. Awesome, if I may.
Thanks a lot.
This is an excellent rendition, I must say. And truly, being a Nigerian is hard work. Quite a lot for us to put up with here in the country. But I'm just wondering about, what inspired this piece of yours?
Well, I've been around, I've traveled around, and I've seen how we've been treated abroad. Most of the time, when you introduce yourself as a Nigerian abroad, you're constantly, being given this contempt as a Nigerian. You're being seen as a fraudster or someone who is not sincere. So over time, I've gathered, these kind of things. And even as someone who lives in Nigeria, I've realized that, we are not, ready for the kind of things we are trying to, be. For example, we drive exotic cars and our roads are bad. We want to use the best of technologies, but we don't have good power supply to power it. We don't even have good networks to power them. So in this age, where we are competing with the USA and the UK, we still struggle with poor networks, which is very, very bad. So it means we are not even ready for what we're trying to be. But
and then I believe that the poem also speaks to the role that Nigerians will have to play, for Nigeria to be a better country, isn't it?
Of course. So as a Nigerian, you need to be full of hope, you need to be strong in mind and in spirit, because being a Nigerian is hard work.
Truly, it is a hard work. Thank you so much for joining us on Daybreak Extra and sharing this, Mohammed Bello. We do appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
All right, we'll now take a short breather, and then when we return, we'll continue with the Daybreak Extra. Don't forget, it's a special coverage of Nigeria's Independence Day. That is the 62 years anniversary of Nigeria. So after the break, we'll take a look at the front pages of our newspapers to have a sense of what the papers are saying about this day. Please stay with us.
necessarily tribal or regional.
All right, thank you for staying. This is Daybreak Extra, focusing on Nigeria's Independence Day today. And it's time for us to take a look at the dailies on Daybreak. And this morning, we'll start with the Daily Trust newspaper. The lead story, of course, talks about the president's speech. It says, in last independence speech, Buhari scores self high. And that's on page 4 of today's paper. You would also see Unsung Heroes special publication. You'd find Our Heroes, Our Hopes. This is a story that is on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper. Above the lead story, you'd find also PDP crisis. Again, Atiku meets Wike on page 6. Nollywood stars who began their career as child actors. So today's paper is also featuring that, the Nollywood stars that began their career as child actors. That's on page 29. You'd have also 2023, Tinubu will win without you, ex-minister tells Afenifere. That's on page 42. And then you'd also have below, at the footnote, you'd find a story that says, court jails nurse who pierced newborn baby's eyes. And that's on page 45 of the Daily Trust newspaper. And if you take a look at the Nation newspaper also, it's about the Independence Day. It says, Independent Anniversary Greetings. That's from APC's presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Above the masthead, you would find the story that says, again, Buhari vows to deliver credible 2023 polls. That's in his Independence Day message. And also, Atiku promises to support Wike for president in 2027. You'd find on this day newspaper the lead story. In last Independence Day address, President Buhari bemoans pains of Nigerians. The writer says, IBB, we will remain an indivisible entity. Atiku, this country shall rise again. Tinubu, we still have work to do in perfecting democracy. Lawan, Nigerians must remain resolute in the defense of national unity. And that's also, I believe, their own Independence Day messages. You'd find above the masthead, FG Bank's Total Energies, a new 50,000 barrels per day assets to boost oil production. You'd find also court nullifies Oyetola's nomination as APC's gubernatorial candidate in Osun. Next paper, we take a look at the Guardian newspaper. It says, Nigeria at 62, still a tough journey to nationhood. You'd also find other stories that says, I won't rent crowd to win election, Kachuku. And on page 4, Oshibajo commissions NSIA-backed Pandagric Novum Farm. That's on page 89. And then you also have Bimbo Ademoya, I'm not a comedian, I'm just funny. Obiageli, Banadetta Ajero. These are some of the entertainment stories on the front page of the Guardian newspaper. The Punch newspaper says pressure mounts on 16 PDP NWC members to return 450 million naira. And then you'd have also other stories that says Nigeria at 62, so far so good. How we celebrated Nigeria's independence in 1960. Entertainers there giving their own perspectives that's going memory lane. I have forgiven men who made me abort 15 pregnancies. That's according to Kuda Yisi. These are some of the stories. And then you have the Leadership newspaper. this morning, saying, why I opened a can of worms. PDP Deputy National Chairman. You'd find the writer says, it says, party funds, sale of forms badly mismanaged, embattled Ayu returns to Nigeria, insist only party can speak. Obi meets Wike, Autumn, Makinde, and then also a 1999 constitution, not Nigeria's problem. That's according to Abdul Salami. You'd find also Buhari marks last Independence Day as president. You'd find also Independent, Daily Independent is one of the papers. It says, the lead story says 62nd Independence Anniversary. I share the pains Nigerians are going through, says Buhari, scores self high on security, energy, education, economy, others. He goes emotional as he delivers last Independence Day speech as president. You would find other stories that says, strike, ASU loses 10 members in 7 months to starvation. That's according to the chairman. You'd also find 500,000 repatriated Nigerians, FG plotting to infiltrate South Middle Belt with foreign terrorist groups allege. Well, that's another allegation there. Cost of living crisis, how poverty, hunger, insecurity may adversely impact 2023 polls. These are some of the stories on the front pages this morning. We have also, we have in the studio to give us perspectives to some of these stories, Nelson Yakubu Omonu. He is the publisher of Summit Post. Thank you so much for joining us on Daybreak Extra this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Iba. Thank you, Nigerians, and happy independence, 62nd independence anniversary. Nigeria is still one. That is to say that we still have hope of redeeming it. Yes, indeed, there's still hope. Now, well, today it's a very special day, yes, in the history of Nigeria. And it happens that the president just delivered his last speech as president of Nigeria. His last Independence Day speech, let me put it that way, not in totality, but Independence Day speech. That's right. You know, his last. And quite a number of issues he raised there. What's your take on some of the things that the president have said? Well, the speech this morning is, at some point, he became a bit emotional, but however, is not a radical departure from what we've been having, as in merely coming out to just maybe read out a very good speech and try to pacify Nigeria on why they should believe in Nigeria, why they should hold on to the hope we had from the beginning. Is neither here nor there. He talked about his avowed commitment to fight corruption from the beginning, on which was the anchor of the support of Nigerians for him. Yes. in 2015. And he talked about insecurity and how he scored himself high and all that. He talked about poverty, to take care of endemic poverty, and you know, in the courts of public opinion, it is left for Nigerians to decide if the security in 2015, if they are more secure today than in 2015. The good thing about governance is that the indices to measure good governance or how well you have performed is they are practical, because the people, the citizens you are addressing also have their own opinion based on their subsisting condition. Yes, you know, the administration has constantly said that what we're dealing with now is a challenge that has evolved. It's not what was there before now. I mean, they've said that they've technically defeated Boko Haram in the northeastern part of the country,
and that what we are dealing with now is a new, type of challenge that the government is doing its best to deal with it. What's your take?
Is it how well we are dealing with the evolving challenges, and how well we handled the defeats of the previous security challenges. The way we defeated Boko Haram, we said we defeated Boko Haram and allowed those who were like the culprits of those days to like flee, or we put them to flight. Those who were arrested, have we as a people or as a government, did this government in all sincerity do what it ought to have done, like bring people to justice so that it will serve as deterrent? Because it is crime that is evolving, but criminals will always be there. But when a government has, resolved to deal with issues, anybody caught that is part of, the pains that has been visited on Nigerians within the period, of course, must be brought to justice. And I think that is what every government should do. But in
any case, if we are to concede to the fact that what is happening in the northwestern part of the country, for instance, it's a new kind of a challenge. Yeah. How long does it take for us to actually, diagnose whatever it is that we are dealing with, and then be able to manage it? Are we rising up to the expectation as it is?
It's neither here nor there. We've not really done, I don't believe Nigeria has given its best to the challenge, the security challenge in the Northwest. Zamfara, for example, which is the focal point in the Northwest in terms of the new wave of insecurity. And I think that with the technology available to today's 21st century world, I think that it was possible. Let me use this example when America came to pick a criminal, so to speak, from our soil. We saw the way the operation was organized. How was the person located? The exact location where they picked him up from. It's not as if they were anywhere. They were thousands of kilometers away from where the criminal is. But they were able to locate through satellite, through technology. And I think that is what we should do. This government should concentrate on. Within the lifespan of this administration, especially the time that is remaining, I think that we should do more with technology to be able to get at these people. It is with satellite. A lot of things has been made easier.
All right.
You can pick up anybody from anywhere.
Okay. One other aspect of the speech also talked about the president's effort, or I would say this administration's efforts in fighting corruption. And I'll take a quote from the speech. He says, "We strengthened the institutions for tackling corruption and also cultivated international support, which aided the repatriation of huge sums of money illegally kept outside the country. The increasing number of prosecutions and convictions with associated refunds of large sums of money is still ongoing. Furthermore, we will continue to block opportunities that encourage corrupt practices."
Yes. Within the system, we've seen, though, a spillover from the previous administration. The IPPIS, which is which was meant to like curtail excesses in the civil service. We see that the government delivered to some extent excellently, but the later results we don't know. But the introduction of that system led to a lot of discoveries. Like the government informed us that thousands of ghost workers were discovered. That is a way of using technology to fight corruption. And in the area of strengthening institutions, in Africa's democracy, it's neither here nor there, because when we make law or when we set up institutions to perform certain rules, we also try to undermine the institution because we have seen a lot of inconsistencies in these empowering institutions to fight corruption, because there are glaring cases of people who have been lawfully, tried and convicted by the competent court of jurisdiction, pardoned, and went back home with two hands in the pocket.
So it seems like that pardoning incident of some of the high-profile cases have seemed to reverse all the gains that have been made under this administration.
It's a total, there's no credit here. In the last 7 years, there's no credit here because there are cases of those sitting governments.
But we've seen high number of convictions, isn't it, under this administration?
Yes,
in terms of convictions.
There are convictions.
But again, there are those who have raised issues about the fact that, well, these convictions that we are seeing are not high-profile cases. And some of the high-profile cases, that have dragged in the courts for over a decade, we now eventually saw that the people were pardoned and all that. So, in the assessment of some, or let me say in your own assessment.
The laws, unfortunately, the laws here seems to be designed for the weak. While the strong, if you're connected and you can get away with practically everything. And that is what the sore point of our development. The law, the kernel of a civilized society is that everybody is equal before the law. And it is only the law that regulates the affairs of the state or an individuals. But here, we discover that, okay, let's see like an institution like the EFCC, for instance. They have been able to go after some boys, all these boys that are into fraudsters, advanced fee fraud and all that. They have done excellently well. But if you come to institutions like the ICPC, of course, they have also done very well in the area of tackling fraud in maybe public servants own properties and wealth they can really not accounted for based on what they have put out in the media, based on how far they have tracked like a constituency project, for instance. Or we've been reading of late how they have discovered money collected, but before our very eyes, if government will also come up to defend those they want to defend. And those are issues that, but it's just like taking a 10 step forward and takes 20 steps backward.
Okay. All right. We are going to take a pause here and join our Lagos team who is ready for us to bring us updates on the Independence Day celebration. Abdulateef is there for us. Abdulateef, good morning. Can you hear me? Hello, Abdulateef. All right. Well, it seems like Abdulateef is still trying to get set, so we'll join him shortly. But let's continue with a look at the president's speech. The president also talks about the economy. He talks about the efforts of the administration, the fact that under his administration, Nigeria exited recession twice, and that there's a global dimension to the economic challenges that the country is dealing with.
Agreed. There is a global dimension to the economic crisis, but how well are we managing the available resources to us? If we talk about the economy under this government, I think in the Fourth Republic, no government has embarked on social welfare scheme like this government. But the question to ask, that is in the area of alleviating poverty, empowering Nigerians to be able to take their economic destiny in their own hands. How well have we been able to manage when a policy is made and resources is deployed? What of the monitoring? to ensure that the gains trickle down to the man at the lower rung of the economic ladder. That we cannot say.
So would you say that that's what has impacted, or I would say has affected, the social investment programs as well, in terms of, I mean, we've seen a lot of programs, initiatives, you know, disbursement of funds by the central bank, the Anchor Borrowers Program and all of that, which the president highlighted in his message. But, you know, sometimes you kind of wonder, with all of these programs and initiatives, what's the impact on the economy? Inflation is still on the rise despite all of this.
You see, Mr. Ayuba, it is because in Nigeria, everything works on crook line basis. Yes, that is the peril of what good policies. But if it comes to implementation, if you anchor borrower scheme, you are to give money to farmers to be able to support them, so that there will be the output from agricultural produce will increase, so that it can push hunger down. But you discover that those who access this thing are portfolio farmers, are Abuja farmers, are Lagos farmers, are farmers in the cities who don't own farms, but know the technicalities, have the connections to get these funds. And that is why, despite all the billions that has been pushed into schemes to ensure that we push down poverty, we still see that the greater percentage, this government, like I said from the beginning, has done a whole lot on pushing out resources to be able to cushion, the effect of economic hardship on the Nigerians. But the monitoring,
it's crucial. It's crucial. Well, just hold on to your thoughts there at that point. We would connect with Lagos. It appears that they are ready for us for an update on what's happening at the Tafawa Balewa Square, I believe there, or is it Balogun? Well, I'm not sure which way, but he will tell us. Abdul Latif, good morning and thank you for joining. Hello, Abdul Latif. Abdul Latif, can you hear me? Okay, it looks like Abdul Latif cannot hear me at this point in time. Well, let's take a short breather, and then when we return, we'll continue with the program. Please stay with us. All right, thank you for staying. You're watching Daybreak Extra and also special coverage on Nigeria's Independence Day, which is the 62nd anniversary of the country. We're taking a look at the president's speech delivered earlier, where he spoke to Nigerians. I have in the studio Nelson Omonu, the publisher of the Summit Post, and he is the one giving us perspectives on the president's speech, kind of a review of that speech. Well, the president also talked about how the administration has made several efforts, notably in the oil and gas industry, by removing encumbrances or removing challenges, barriers that had hitherto been a problem in that industry. So for instance, if you take a look at the Petroleum Industry Act that was signed by the president, that has lingered in the National Assembly for almost 2 decades, now passed under this administration. That should count for, you know, for kudos, isn't it?
Yes, really. The PIA Act is the passage of PIA Act and the subsequent signing into law is commendable. I think we should give it to this government because of the length of time it has spent at the Harlow Chamber of National Assembly without success. So it's a plus. However, the latest discovery of tanks coming to the Nigerian soil, vessels coming to Nigerian soil to load our crude oil and running into trillions of naira, and just, without people being apprehended, without who, so seems to be eroding the gains or the upload from the PIA Petroleum Industry Act. So I think that this government should be, as much as this government should be commended, the latest developments in our oil industry. I think before, when we were growing up, like the time of the Operation Desert Storm, the Iraqi war and all that, each of the international crises, there's always windfall. There's always discussion around windfall. Like the time of IBB, they talked about $12 billion from gain from windfall. At every crisis that broke out, you see that the price of oil, like Yom Kippur War in the 70s, there was also a lot of money accrued to Nigeria, Theory Yakubu Gowon, that they used to do a lot of things. And we expected that with what is going on in Ukraine and all that, Nigeria, because recently the Saudi's Aramco came up with, that's about, they posted it about daily. Currently, Saudi's Aramco is making about $1 billion from crude oil every day. That is to say, and Nigeria is as well an oil producing state. So why are we not, we are not, at the moment, we are not meeting up our quotas because of sabotage.
Yes, and
then this sabotage,
oil theft.
We have we have engaged individuals, paying them huge sums, and which is even causing disquiet anyway. To be able to monitor this, what is the success of the monitoring of these pipelines? Now, who is granting the vessels that are coming to load oil illegally from?
I think that's one of the reasons that informed the decision to contract Tompolo to secure. So you know,
what is the success?
Well, we are yet to see, because in fact, even that contract that was awarded is again being taken over by controversies and reactions from other, I would say, men from the region, yes, from that same region. But we'll get to see how all of that, but there are obvious efforts in that regard. In any ways, thank you so much for joining us on Daybreak Extra and sharing your perspectives with us. We do appreciate.
Thank you.
All right, let's now go back to our Lagos team at the Tafawa Balewa Square, where Abdulateef Aliyu is standing by to give us an update on what's happening. Good morning, Abdulateef. Good morning. Can you hear me, Abdulateef? Hello, Abdulateef. Can you hear me? You can go ahead. If just go ahead and give us an update on what's happening there. Okay, it looks like Abdulateef cannot hear me at the moment. Well, earlier on, the president gave a speech where he spoke to Nigerians about some of the achievements of the current administration. We'll be taking excerpts from that speech delivered by the president. That will be shortly after this breather. Please stay with us.
We listened a while ago to the judge that heard the arrival of the gas brigade, Brigadier Mohammed Takuti Usman. You're heartily welcome, sir. While still expecting the arrival of dignitaries, we want to quickly recognize the presence in our midst of the National President and executive members of the Defense and Police Officers' Wives Association, the Nigerian Army Officers' Wives Association, the Nigerian Navy Officers' Wives Association, the Nigerian Air Force Officers' Wives Association, and the Police Officers' Wives Association, the presidents and the members. You're heartily welcome. We recognize the presence in our midst of the Controller General, Nigeria Corrections, Haliru Nababa, MNI, FIC, happily welcome, sir. And the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Dr. Ahmed Abu Audi, MNI, you are heartily welcome, sir. We also want to recognize the presence in our midst of Chief Executive of Parastatals, Chairman of Statutory Commissions, Heads of Paramilitary and Security Agencies, Permanent Secretaries of Federal Ministries. You are heartily welcome, sir. And this is announcing the arrival of the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police. Received there by the Commander Guards Brigade, Service Chiefs, Actor General Police.
All right, there you have it. We're having visuals, live visuals or live feeds from the nation's capital at the Eagle Square, where the parade is set to commence for the Independence Day celebration. Guests are already arriving. The president is being awaited alongside some other dignitaries that are meant to be at the Eagle Square. So, but before then, would also take a look at other issues. We have in the studio a two-man panelist, a political economist from the University of Abuja. He is Dr. Bibi Farouk. He is also joined by a very senior lawyer, barrister, well, let me not say, let me just say Uncle Sam. We know him as Uncle Sam.
Thank you very much.
Yes. He's a friend of the house, and he is joining us to also give perspectives on this. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Before we begin any discussion, let's take a look at excerpts from the president's speech.
Significant progress is in the eradication of deeply entrenched corruption that permeates all facets of our national development. We strengthened the institutions for tackling corruption and also cultivated international support, which aided the repatriation of huge sums of money illegally kept outside the country. The increasing number of prosecutions and convictions with associated refunds of large sums of money is still ongoing. Furthermore, we will continue to block opportunities that encourage corrupt practices. In order to address insecurity, we worked methodically in reducing insurgency in the northeast, militancy in the Niger Delta, ethnic and religious tensions in some sections of Nigeria, along with other problems threatening.
All right, there you have it. The president there earlier today. We have in the studio, like I told you, political analyst from the University of Abuja, Dr. Bibi Farouk, and also a senior lawyer, Barrister Sam Kabo, aka Uncle Sam. Well, thank you so much for joining us on Daybreak this morning. Well, you've heard from the president earlier today. What's your take on the general speech? Let me start with Dr. Bibi.
Oh, thank you very much. I wasn't expecting to start, but it's a regular convention, a speech at the time of political independence, a speech telling us about the achievement of whoever is around in power, and probably very little about the challenges sometimes. And this president, at least for me, the first thing that struck me is his commitment to the fact that he's selling his end of tenure message, like he did in the United Nations. And I think anything that is coming last now for him will be an issue to celebrate. It's a speech you can look at from both sides. Some of the things are acceptable. A lot of them are actually not as realistic as they are presented to be by his speech writers. And you can pick a lot of issues with a lot of what has been said. But generally, if you want to measure his performance or the performance of this government, it's grinding and slow. That they had accepted from day one as Baba go slow. It is painful, grinding painful. Where there is success, the success is grinding and slow and painful. Where there is failure, it has remained grinding, slowly continuing. And,
I think the president himself noted the fact that they took some time to settle down. I think in the first the few paragraphs of his statement, that was one of the things that he noted, the fact that they took time to settle down. So when he said that, my mind went back to the 6 months lag that we had before cabinet members were set up and all of that. Let me go to Sam Kabo.
Let me take it back to the 14 years of contest for the presidency. Okay. To the 6 months of inability to create a cabinet.
All right, so let's hear from Dr. Sam before we come back to you on that. This is the president's last October 1st speech.
Yes.
What's your take on the presentation?
Let me confess that I did not watch the speech. I only read excerpts of it from the paper. But like you said, this is his last take, and most times leaders would want to write their own history. They don't trust historians to do the narrative. So if you hear him talk about his challenges and what he would characterize as his own success story, is to me a familiar case, and it's expected. Yes, like he said, he came in very slowly, and he's been very slow. And I think that has to do with the fact that, you see, transiting from a set mind of a military man to a constitutional leader has been more of a difficult one for him, to the extent that he became very overcautious, and most times he interprets democracy to mean that I shouldn't be doing this, let me wait till. So he's less proactive most of the time. You see him doing the catching up on issues and events, and to me, my reading of that is that that is his own interpretation of what democracy is. But I would have wished that, even from the time he came, for those of us who are actually sympathizers of the APC, that the composition of the government from the beginning, if they had colored it with people with governance sixth sense and not so much of his CPC background, perhaps the governance system would have been much more galvanized than we had it at the beginning. But by and large, I think for much of what he says, yes, it's just a matter of who is listening. Those points that he picked out, not many of them that I can't dispute with.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, let me go back to Dr. Bibi. To what extent do you think that this slow pace has affected, the current administration?
Most especially because there was a lot of hope. The political process that led to the emergence of the administration was full of hope for speed in changing direction and achieving, taking us from, there was decay from the problems of the Jonathan administration. They were beginning to be glaring, the failures that were there, the corruption that was so high there, the problem with the management of the economy that was beginning to come up, and a lot of issues. And I think Nigerians galvanized, hoping that there will be a gallop towards change, and a person who had a pedigree for taking decisive actions was coming in, and that those actions would begin to make meaning and difference. Even if it was just 4 years he had, Nigerians were looking at that. That parenthesis itself would have made a lot of difference to Nigerians. So the speed, actually, the disappointment started with the setting up of the cabinet, and then the processes, like Uncle Sam said, the fact that the conception of the democracy itself began to show some problematic errors, in that democracy does not mean slow. It means take advantage where there is possibility for speed, wait for management where you find speed cannot get you what you want. But it was like a common belief that you just have to wait. And democracy does not mean, even the presidential system as executive, it means does not mean wait for one man. So we had the other sector of government, that's the arm of government, especially the legislature, I believing that because they were all together, because this government has had the opportunity of having a friendly legislature, or let's say even they owned the legislature in the same party. But you find reluctance even in the legislature.
Even in the first tenure, you recall the drama that happened that led to the emergence of the principal officers of the National Assembly.
Yeah, they were all APC issues.
And then eventually we began to see that there was rift kind of.
No, the minority PDP aligned to create a faction of the APC that might not have been what some members of the APC wanted. That was how Saraki came up, but he was in APC when he came up. Ultimately, he left the APC, but he was in APC at that time. But what I'm trying to key on is the fact that the charisma of the president, the enigma that he came on with, made the legislature even a bit more reluctant to take first steps, because everybody was waiting for an executive president with all the goodwill to move. But then at the end of the day, I think it is just recently, in the last 1 year, that the legislature is coming to terms with the fact that they have to take actions themselves. Probably after the APC presidential drama, where governors for the first time took the bulls by the horn and went to the president and said, we do not agree, and found out that he was acceptable to that. You know, there was this enigma there, you know?
All right, well, Barrister Sam, what's your take? The president talked about his fight against corruption, and we've heard him severally, not only in this speech, how sometimes he seemed to express frustration with the pace of the dispensation of justice in the, say for instance, the judiciary, and some of the democratic principles that you must observe, you know, sometimes appear to be cloaks in his wheels, you know, somehow. What's your take on how this administration have been able to deal with corruption? He talks about strengthening the institutions that fight corruption and all that.
I think they came in with the intention of actually fighting corruption, but along the way, reality struck, and the instruments and the mechanism for the fighting of the corruption itself were very weak. You see, when he conceptualized corruption as an indiscipline or something that you think the law can curb, then obviously you are fighting a losing war. Corruption is a culture. It's the biggest economy that you have today in Nigeria. And if we are talking about rehumanizing or winning people away from both the culture of corruption and its economics, it goes beyond the law, and the legal system, or what I call the penal system, or the punitive, and all the agencies that you put in place, because they can only do as much as what they can reach. Even if you had given the EFCC and the ICPC, and now you have the NFIU, the police, the best of intentions, and you support them with 100% political will to fight corruption, you would fail if you did not take the people along. Because corruption has to be fought. Yeah. It has to be fought from the base of the society, from the family right up. Let the public know that corruption is not something to be proud of, and corruption should even be part of what we can tolerate at home. You understand?
All right.
If we situate corruption and react to it within the basket of our religious morals, then obviously we'll be able to fight it. But
okay, all right, so just hold on your thoughts there. We'll come back and continue with that, but let's take an update from the Eagle Square right here in the nation's capital, where our correspondent, our reporter, Ibrahim Yusuf, is standing by. Ibrahim, can you hear me? Good morning.
Of this very unique occasion.
Yeah, good morning, Ayuba. I can hear you.
Great. So can you give us an update on what's happening? What's the mood like at Eagle Square?
He doubles as the commanding officer of the prestigious presidential
Right now we're live at the Eagle Square. Right now there's not much
Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan was born in 1984 in Kano town. He hails from Fege local government area of Kano State.
So right now
he attended Kano Capital School for his primary education and later Nigerian Military School Zaria. He is an ex-boy before gaining admission into the foremost indigenous prestigious institution, the Nigerian Defense Academy, as a member of the 53rd regular course in September 2001. He bagged a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Mechanical Engineering from the Nigerian Defense Academy in 2005 and was commissioned into the Nigerian Army as a second lieutenant on 29 September.
All right, can you give us a sense of the dignitaries that are there at the moment?
Infantry
diplomatic
and
corps
motor
are actually here. They were
platoon commanders
represented.
corps
Service chiefs actually arrived as the chief of army
the
staff,
Nigerian Army School of Infantry, Jaji.
and the
Young
inspector
officers
general of
corps
police as well.
Ammo
And
are the
just like
Nigerian
I
Army Armor
said
School,
earlier,
Bauchi,
the chief of defense
and
staff
Warrior
was
Leaders
the
Corps
latest
are the
to
Warrant
arrive.
Officers
And we
Academy,
also have the
Jaji.
Controller
He
General
also
of
attended
Customs,
infantry,
and of course, the
company commanders corps at the Army War College, Mo, that's in India. Additionally, he had his junior and senior staff courses at the Ghana Armed Forces Commander Staff College and the Defense Services.
All right, we'll try to get back to you, Ibrahim Yusuf. Our sound it appears to be distorted because of the ambience there, but we'll get back to you for more updates. That's our reporter out there, Ibrahim Yusuf, giving us an update on what's happening at the Eagle Square. Now, Barrister Sam, let me come back to you. You may continue with your perspectives, the issue of fighting corruption. The president, is very magnanimous with his words when he said that, this administration has been able to strengthen the institutions that fight corruption. And so he considers his efforts towards dealing with corruption a success.
Yeah, let me get back to what I was saying. You cannot fight corruption without the input and the buy-in of the generality of us, because even if you have the best of institutions in the world, how do you fight corruption within our own criminal justice system that we have? How many policemen? Mind you, many of the ICPC and EFCC officials, they are all policemen. You understand? How many of them do you have to go to all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria where corruption is festering?
So you would say that we haven't been able to appeal to the moral conscience of Nigerians to buy in to the fight against
foundation.
corruption.
That should be the foundation.
All right, let me give Dr. Bibi this opportunity.
If at home, in the church, in the school, in the office, everybody is unanimous and see corruption as an evil thing, it will reduce, because mind you, it is us that have to report. We, the people, we have to initiate the fight. Okay. ICPC, EFCC do not go to the street and catch corrupt people, except they are brought to them by us.
Dr. Bibi, let's get your own perspectives. I mean, the president talks about getting international support to be able to deal with this, talking about, repatriation of money, talking about securing convictions and all of that. What's your take?
I think we are going on, as far as international fight for corruption is concerned, we are going in the same direction, a rigmarole that to me has no meaning. The same people that are supposed to assist us to fight corruption are the biggest beneficiaries of our corruption, to the extent that you could even say corruption is inbuilt into the system they left for us, because the system they left for us is just about repatriation of whatever resources they can take from us. They didn't say it has to be just through hard work, cocoa and groundnut. It's any resources. If it's through corruption and it is taken to their banks, the game changes, the story changes. They have not, for example, prosecuted or even have laws that stop corrupt monies from residing in their countries. They tried to do some magic about, or some drama about facing 1, 2, 3 issues. But the truth of the matter is, as far as I'm concerned, international corruption encourages Nigerian corruption. And it is only Nigerian internal defense against corruption that can save us from corruption. No matter how much we go asking for cooperation, I don't think we'd get it. I do not think it is in their interest to part with monies that have reached them, that are benefiting them.
All right. Thank you so much. Political economist from the University of Abuja, Dr. Bibi Farouk, and lawyer Barrister Sam Kabo have been my guests talking about some of the comments or statements by the president in his speech earlier today. Thank you so much for joining us on Daybreak. Extra.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a short breather now, and then when we return, the Daybreak Extra continues with updates on the Independence Day. Please stay with us.
in the various operations of defense and Nigerian armed forces in the various security operations in the northeast, northwest, south central, and the south. Commendable. They say announcing the arrival of this warship, the Chief Justice of the Federation, just received there by the Commandant of the Brigade. Lordship, the Chief Justice of the Federation, just received there by the Commandant of the Brigade.
All right, the military parade ongoing at the Eagle Square in the nation's capital in Abuja, where we are celebrating the Independence Day. That is the 62 years anniversary of Nigeria. We have a correspondent who is there, Ibrahim Yusuf, to bring us updates on what's happening there. So let's get back. Ibrahim. Yes, Ibrahim. Can you hear me, Ibrahim? Hello, Ibrahim.
Ayuba. So we're
yes.
Here right now, live at the Eagle Square. Yeah, I can hear you.
So, what's the updates from the last time we spoke to you?
Hello, Ayuba.
Hello, Ibrahim.
Ayuba, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, you can go ahead.
All right. All right. So as I said earlier, we're actually live right here at the Eagle Square. The mood is a bit that much open to the public because of serious security presence that is actually here and lots of strict security measures being taken before people are actually cleared to enter. There is a bit of a crowd.
It looks like we are still having audio issues with Ibrahim there, but let's proceed here. I have in the studio two gentlemen who will be talking some more about Nigeria's independence and also key points from the president's speech earlier today to Nigerians. We have a lawyer, Mainasara Kogo Umar, in the studio, and also Jonathan Onoja, a security analyst. Thank you so much for joining us on Daybreak.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. Well, we will be taking some excerpts from the president's speech right away, and then when we return, we'll take a look at the perspectives from our guest in the studio.
In resetting the economy manifested in Nigeria, exiting two economic recessions by the very practical and realistic monetary and fiscal measures to ensure effective public financial management. In addition, the effective implementation of the Treasury single account and cutting down on the cost of governance also facilitated early exits from recessions. Fellow Nigerians, the administration removed several decades uncertainty for potential investors in the oil and gas sector with the passage of Petroleum Industry Act 2021. This landmark legislation created opportunities for foreign investment in addition to improving transparency in the management of the sector. Our administration has given desired priority to the agricultural sector through a series of incentives to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises that resulted in creating millions of jobs. Leading this initiative, the Central Bank of Nigeria's intervention in a number of areas, as well as the Anchor Borrowers Program, had created the required leverages for Nigerians towards self-sufficiency in food and the necessary attraction for farming as a business.
All right, thank you for staying. That was the president earlier today giving his Independence Day speech. In fact, his very last. And we have in the studio Mainasara Kugo Umar, a lawyer, and Jonathan Onoja, security analyst, to give perspectives to this. Thank you so much again for joining us on the break. Now, the president made some very, very, I would say, gave himself very high scores on certain issues that remains controversial. The economy, for instance, he talks about exiting recession twice under his watch, and that we have seen that there's a global dimension to the economic challenges that Nigeria is dealing with. So what's your own perspectives on how we have managed the economy regardless of all the challenges that we have been dealing with?
Okay, let me respond to some issues first, because I'm not an economist, but the direct impact is as a person is on me. If you look at it generally, Mr. President has so much of giving himself a pass mark, not even seeing the parts of Nigerians, not even hearing from Nigerians their views, their opinions on issues. Even the statement or the press briefing or whatever they called it is undemocratic. I don't see anything so specific in what he has done aside telling people that he have come out of recession twice in his, during his time. And if you look at the whole thing that he has said today, to me, it's like a last straw of a drowning man. I don't see him coming again next year to make any speech of this nature. However, if you look at it, the economy has lost value, and our Naira, if you look at it, has lost value in the global economy. We can't begin to say that Mr. President have done so well that he had, like he presented on his today's speech. We have not seen anything. If you look at it now, the policy of government in terms of economic policy did not even favor the ordinary Nigerians. And then if you look at it again, the issue of insecurity have overtaken what we call now economy. So we don't have economy in place at the moment because certain things that should have facilitate economic policy are not there to equally have economy. So we don't have economy in Nigeria.
So if you, in his defense, or I would say in the administration's defense, three things were mentioned as the reasons why Nigeria's economy is where it is today. One, the issue of global crude oil prices. I think about some years ago when they assumed power back in 2015, 2016, and 2017, we saw that the global prices of crude oil was just, not as expected. It has dropped, to a great extent. And then, of course, the issue of the Niger Delta militants, who struck when the president emerged as the president. That's one of the excuses. Now, secondly, COVID-19 pandemic was also given as a reason why Nigeria's economy is not doing well, just like many other economies around the world. And then thirdly, now we are talking about the Russia-Ukraine war, how it is affecting Nigeria and all of that. So are these not reasons, to say that maybe the president is right and that they have done their best to make sure that the economy is doing very well? Menasar?
Well, to be realistic, we should call a spade a spade. There has never been a time when this country we have been reckless management of our economy like this period. You understand? You can't think of economic development or economic progression when consistently you are running governance on borrowed money first. It has been unprecedented the number of times we have taken foreign loans and with inability to even repay back. Kudos to President Obasanjo. Before he left office, he ensured that all the huge districts were cleared. That is one. Then secondly, you cannot think of economic progression without encouraging production. There is no electricity. There is no revamping of our own refineries. We are even exporting our crude oil for it to be refined for us to buy at an exorbitant international rate, without encouragement of economic stimulus. And then again, we now brought about things that are really, very difficult for you to rationalize. The so-called economic empowerment programs. You understand? Talking about increase in agriculture, increase in this, we have
Anko Boras program, we have social intervention program.
Listen to me. That quantum of money, if that quantum of money had been invested in clearing the 9 bushes where these bandits are hiding, we will have solution to insecurity because the shelter they are getting there will not be there. Number 2, you can use the land for industrial agriculture.
But Nigerian defense have received the highest in terms of budgetary allocations under this administration.
I am coming to that. You understand? You clear all these bushes, you'll be able to convert the bushes into industrial agricultural farmlands for real productive agriculture that will be done for export to really increase our GDP. And apart from that, you solve the problem of insecurity. You get employment for the teeming young men that are roaming the streets. And then you fight number 1 enemy, hunger. But we ended up giving out the money. How can the money be even recovered? I don't know the magic they will apply. And if you take the 20-minute
so far
speech,
they've said that
the 20-minute
so far they said that trillions of naira have been recovered from the monies that have been borrowed.
We pray the recovery will be injected into the national treasury in accordance with the constitution. You understand? We pray it will go back there, and when we pray that the recovery will put a seal regarding this continuous borrowing from outside. You understand? Look at the value of our own national currency vis-a-vis the international DC.
Right.
Look at our foreign reserve.
All right. Menasra, you talked about borrowings that have increased. We haven't seen its kind in the past and all that. But if you look at it, isn't this something that is happening at a global scale? Isn't this? And again, if you look at the reason for the borrowings, one of them is the fact that we do not have enough. Our revenue has dwindled so low because of the
problem we have is not the question of dwindling of revenue.
So that informs the issue of borrowing.
Inability to block leakages, that is one. And then the revenue generating agencies are not bringing out the optimum revenue target. And nobody is saying anything in that. For example, when last did NNPC put 1 naira into the national treasury?
What's your assessment of the impact of the Treasury single account, for instance? The President talked about it in his speech. And those are some of the programs aimed at blocking leakages, isn't it?
Well, I don't think that that program or that initiative have been exhausted to its mandate. In other words, they have not used that singular account to achieve the purpose for which it was created. Now, like my brother here talked about the, remittance to that account and how possible that account, they block leakages to ensure that that account meet up this mandate. The issue here is the people we have in power. I don't think we have leakages anymore, but because of individuals who have decided to satisfy their own selfish interest. You talked about, revenues. Go to the border today, the customs are there, and even the revenue of the customs have even been increased to par. What I mean par in economics is that it has now been, if you are paying 100 million now, you are paying 200 million. So you can imagine the increase in revenue and all of that. Now, if you ask me, a man who was paying 100,000 maybe for importation of rice or something, now paying 200,000. All this money are not accounted for. And then you tell me that we have an account that all those things goes into. Where is the honest, expression of how this money are spent? We have recoveries. And when we have these recoveries, where are these money? Nigerians are not even asking that where are the money recovered? When Mr. President came up with the anti-corruption programs and they said they begin to recover money, we were seeing the EFCC going to so many places, recovering money, going to Lagos, going to Abuja, recovering money. Where are those money kept?
Isn't that part of the social investment programs?
So where are this? Now, when you talked about, you even mentioned about coronavirus, which is a global, that has a global effect on the whole world. Still, we are still going to China, where this is even erupted from. Okay. Where are we getting those? Where are they even getting the money to borrow us? I ask questions.
All right.
So I think we should begin to question Mr. President somehow of how honest he is. Or how honest he's fighting corruption. Or how honest is he. I expect him today. I expect him today
we are going to come
to
back
have told Nigerians how much is reserved, how much is a reserve, how much is we have now from the corruption. He's not telling us all this.
We will come back to that. We'll come back to our discussions here in the studio. But for now, let's connect with Lagos team, where we have Abdulateef Aliyu at the Tafawa Balewa Square standing by to give us an update on what's happening. Abdulateef Aliyu, can you hear me now? Obviously, your background is colored green, white, green from what I'm seeing.
Johnson Stadium, the venue of the 62nd Independence Anniversary celebration in Lagos. Set for the celebration. The military and paramilitary agencies that are going to be involved in the parade have already filed in. Virtually the stage is set and the dignitaries are also coming in. Right now they are expecting the Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and as soon as he arrives, the stage is set for the commencement of the celebration. And when we first arrived at this venue, around 8:30, the stage is still being set. Most of the pavilions are not filled up, but now we can confirm that virtually all the pavilions at the stadium are now occupied by various groups and associations. And the program is about to commence as soon as the state governor and his entourage come in. That is exactly the situation at the Mobolaji Johnson Stadium at the moment. The Mobolaji Johnson Stadium is one of the stadium, one of the facilities being used for state events and celebrations by the state government. And the last independence celebration was actually done at Agege Stadium. But this time around, the 62nd anniversary celebration is taking place here at Mobolaji Johnson Stadium here in Lagos. As soon as the governor comes in, the program will definitely commence. The parade now is set for the commencement.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Abdulateef Aliyu. Let's now head back to the nation's capital, where we also have Ibrahim Yusuf standing by with some more updates. So, Ibrahim, if you can hear me, Ibrahim. All right. So let's. I can see that we have groups of people in different places. What's the combination there that we are seeing? What are the groups? Is it school students or what?
We actually have a group of students that are actually stationed in that particular. So all according to the text that we actually have here, with the stands that we have here, there's a group of students that are actually over there to one side, and we have the VIP stand where all the dignitaries actually are here, and we have members of the diplomatic corps right behind me, and over to the left, to the far side, we actually have a group of people there as well. So that is how I said earlier, the number of people is actually restricted. We're still people are trickling in, but because of the heavy security that we actually have, it's very quite difficult to get the high number of people because crowd control is very, very restricted.
All right, thank you, Ibrahim. We'll get back to you on the field there as you continue to bring us updates. Let's come back to the studio now, where I have Barrister Mainasara Kogo Umar and also Jonathan Onoja, security analyst, for perspectives on what's happening today. Well, earlier on, I had to interject so that we can take updates from our reporter there at the Eagle Square. But we were talking about the economy and how the economy has been managed under the current administration with regards the speech given by the president. How well do you think that we have done as regards non-oil exports this time around?
You see, to me, when we talk about non-oil export, you should ask yourself, have they been able to do the turnaround or turnover maintenance of your refineries to have guarantee non-oil export like you rightly tagged? I don't think we are doing anything called non-oil export yet. We are still importing. We are still importing. Right? Is that not so? And we are still exporting. We export to even import. And when we are even importing, we pay. And when we are exporting at the same time, we still pay. So I did not see that as a policy to anything to give credit to yet.
Sorry, again, I will have to interject. We'll come back to you. But let's get what's happening there. We have Ibrahim interviewing a guest there, so let's have a sense of what he's saying.
That my prayer is that this government works on continuous fighting insecurity, because without insecurity, a lot of things cannot work. And I think that no matter how much you want to make a change, without improving insecurity, it's difficult to actually make those dreams come true. So there are steps to different things to moving this country forward, and I think one of them is improving insecurity. Infrastructure, we're doing very well with infrastructure. Education, we're having issues now, and we pray that this government will try and find a quick solution to resolve it as soon as possible. And I think there are good things and there are bad things, and sometimes I'm somebody that always looks at the positive things about Nigeria, and I pray that Nigeria will succeed. I know we can succeed. I know we will succeed. It's just a matter of time.
So there's reason to be optimistic.
Definitely. I don't think there's any country blessed as much as this country. There's no country that's blessed as much as Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so a sense of optimism there coming in from the people that are actually here. As I said, the mood is a bit subdued. Of course, we are.
All right, thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you so much for the updates, and continue to bring us the updates. We'll join you much later on the program. We'll take a short breather now, and then when we return, the show will continue. Please stay with us.
That's good. It's good to see you.
All right, thank you for staying with us here watching Daybreak Extra, which today is dedicated to Nigeria's Independence Day. And we are celebrating the 62 years anniversary of Nigeria. And from what the visuals that we are seeing from the Eagle Square, we are seeing a convoy that is just arriving that looks like that of the president. We're not sure yet, but perhaps is one of the dignitaries or maybe even the president that is arriving at the venue of the Independence Day. I have in the studio Mainasara Kogo Umar and also Jonathan Onoja, security analyst, giving us perspectives on the speech earlier delivered by the president. Well, a lot of reactions that have trailed that speech. Some are saying that the speech basically just focused on the president's administration in the last 7 to 8 years. Do you think that the speech should have, touched on some other issues?
Of course, this is independence. Mr. President even failed to understand that what we are celebrating today is independence and not just a party activities. He failed to even acknowledge the founding fathers of the energy they have put in, and also to see if he is in line with the vision of the founding fathers. Has he been able to ask himself if he aligned himself with the vision of the founding fathers? So I don't see Mr. President's speech as a thing to talk so much about, because like I said, it's just like the last straw of a drowning man that wants to ensure that he does everything to save himself from the mess of that they found themselves as a people, as a party. Mr. President has also, at the same time, was unable to acknowledge those that have lost their lives in captivity. Aside talking about insecurity generally and all of that, what happened to the lives of the remaining 23 persons still on the Kaduna-Abuja railway attack? What happened to the abductees? And then he hasn't been able to tell Nigerians the position. If he's trying to at least eulogize himself on so much on those things, he should have told Nigerians that this is the position of Tuko Mamu, who have just been arrested in connection with the issues of negotiating and taking money for banditry. All of these things should have been brought in line, and then also should now tell Nigerians that this is a position we find ourselves, and he should apologize to Nigerians for his inability to protect them, to govern them as it was supposed to be as a president.
Well, the president has said that, they have recorded successes in the northeastern part of the country, and that the security challenge that we're dealing with now, it's a new kind of challenge that has evolved.
You should have understand that this is the same president that they came out and told we Nigerians that insecurity has been ended. And then when Nigeria begin to ask them questions, they now apportion it to one part of the country, one region of the country. That no, at the northeast level, we have been able to wage war against insecurity, and then we can say insecurity is a bye-bye thing now. Just months after they begin to strike, then the people came and said, "But you told us you've ended insecurity." It's the same president that have told you that they said they should shoot on sight anyone possessing illegal firearms. But up to date, we still see people carrying firearms and they have not been shot on sight as commanded. Are you trying to let me know? Are you trying to tell me that you are so much, believing the Mr. President's speech that whatever he has said is a national statement that we can hold on to and go home? Look at the people in the Eagle Square. Do you think they are happy? They are all there. That these are saddened Nigeria just pretending to satisfy their own stomach.
All right, Minister. The president talks about militancy in the Niger Delta as something that this administration have seen that they have been able to defeat, or I'll say they've been able to contain. Also, we have the issue of ethnic and religious tension contained by this administration and all that. What's your assessment of the security?
Well, first of all, on the Niger Delta matter, the credit should go to late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua on the matter of the Niger Delta militancy. The area I expected the president to have spoken about on matters of insecurity, which throughout his 20 minutes address, he didn't even mention a word about it, is the banditry in the northwestern part of the country. The northwestern part of the country has gargantuan security challenges more than anywhere. If you take the states of Kebbi, Sokoto, Zamfara, Kaduna, Niger, Katsina states, including the FCT, these are the areas that are the scene of the war now. as far as insecurity is concerned. But throughout this 20-minute speech, the president did not talk about that. The Niger Delta area is even another unfortunate area whereby for safeguard of the pipelines, very colossal sums of billions of naira were given to an ex-militant that he should be the one to. Does that mean our security architecture doesn't have the capacity to contain the insecurity problems there to safeguard the pipelines? And then when you are talking about what is the second issue we talk about? When you are talking about
religious tension.
When you are talking ethnic and religious tension, yes. Ethnic and religious tension is one area that, definitely speaking, especially with the coming of the political activities now, everybody should be on board to fight it.
But there are those who feel that Nigeria now is more divided ever than it has
It is
been.
more divided ever than before, simply because we imported certain things that are unconstitutional. Section 10 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria says there should not be state religion. But here we are in the country, we apply religious calendar days. We now establish religious pilgrimage commissions. We now give holidays on religious festivities. We now ask people to pray on religious tones during public functions. You understand? So it is paradoxical the way we are saying that we want this thing. Section 15 subsection 1 that talks about the motto of Nigeria says unity and peace and progress. But here we are, we imported certain things. Take about the Electoral Act, for example, section 79 of the Electoral Act prohibits any campaign on the basis of religion, on the basis of tribe, on the basis of any affiliation, whether sectional or whatever. But what are you seeing here? Muslim ticket, the issue of North-South divide, the issue of this. Politicians are the ones popularizing this in contradistinction against the provision of the Constitution. Section 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, and 23 and 24 of the Constitution prohibits anything that is repugnant to the interest of stability of national unity. When you bring anything that has to do with tribal, religious, geopolitical coloration, it is illegal as far as our constitution is concerned. Even these geopolitical zones, the 6 in number, they are illegal because they are not there in the constitution. It is only the PDP. It is only in PDP constitution they embedded this zoning to suit their political convenience on the way they will strategize. All other parties are only following PDP zone B. It's not in their constitutions, it's not in any law of Nigeria, and it's not in the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on Daybreak this morning and sharing your perspective with us. Unfortunately, we have to end the discussion at this point. Thank you so much for joining.
It's a continuity. Thank you.
My guest has been Mainasara Kogo Umar, a lawyer, and also Jonathan Onoja, security analyst. You're watching Daybreak Extra, which today is dedicated to Nigeria's Independence Day, 62 years anniversary. And we are currently seeing also images from the Eagle Square here in the nation's capital, where I believe that the president is arriving, just arriving for the function there. We are seeing the parade. So we'll take a short breather now, and then when we return, the program will continue. So let's take a look at sights and sounds coming from the Eagle Square, where the president is just arriving.
The presidential limousine glittering. And this is announcing the arrival of the very special guest of honor, the Revenue Officer, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari. GCFR just received by the Secretary of Government, the Commander of the Brigade. He proceeds to exchange presidential pleasantries with the Vice President, the Senate President, the Right Honourable Speaker, His Lordship the Chief Justice, Honourable Minister of Defence, Honourable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, National Security Advisor, the Chief of Defence Staff, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of the Naval Staff, Chief of Air Staff, Inspector General of Police, the Director General SS, and the Director General, NIA, and the CDI. He proceeds to this. Please remain standing wherever you are seated, please, in deference to the exhaustion of the place. Thank you. Dignitaries, may please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. The national salute that heralded the arrival of the very special guest of honor, the reviewing officer, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, over, the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, marches towards the saluting days to give the essence of this epoch-making occasion and the state of officers and guards on parade to Mr. President, and to very diligently and respectfully request Mr. President to inspect the officers and guards on parade. We're going to witness that shortly.
Year 2022, Nigeria's Independence Day Anniversary Parade comes up. 29 officers, 450 members of the armed forces, Nigerian police, Nigerian legion, paramilitary agencies, organized labor, and members of the National Youth Service Corps Parade, ready for your inspection, Your Excellency.
Diligently delivered there by the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel S.Y. Hassan, who also the commander of the prestigious Presidential 7th Guards Battalion. His Excellency, Mr. President, will be accompanied on this inspection by the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General Mohammed Sakuti Usman. Happy to be Your Excellencies. At this juncture, Your Excellencies, we take a brief look at the profile of the very special guest of honor. The very special guest of honor and reviewing officer for this historic occasion of the 62nd Independence Anniversary is His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari. He was born on 17th December 1942 in Daram, Katsina State. He had his primary education in Katsina before joining the Nigerian Army as an officer cadet in October 1963. He had his military training in Nigeria, Great Britain, India, and the United States of America. In the course of his meritorious military and political career, he was appointed military governor of Northeastern State, now Borno State, in 1975, He also served as a federal commissioner for petroleum resources in 1976. The reviewing officer was appointed military secretary to Supreme Military Headquarters in 1977, chairman Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation in 1978, head of state commander-in-chief of the armed forces, the Federal Republic of Nigeria from December 1983 to August 1985. The special guest of honor has undergone a number of military career training, amongst which are Military Training School, Kaduna 1963, Officers Cadet School, Aldershot in the United Kingdom, October 1963. Platoon Commander Course, Nigerian Military College, Kaduna 1964. Mechanical Transport Officer Course, Army Mechanical Transport School, Borden, United Kingdom 1965. Defense Services Staff College, Wellington, India 1973. United States Army War College from 1979 to 1980. After a successful military career in the Armed Forces of Nigeria, he was appointed executive chairman of the defunct Petroleum Trust Fund (PTF) from 1995 to 1999. The special guest of honor ran for the office of president 3 times. First in 2003, that was 2007, and 2011. He did not make it. On the 3rd, and as a man of determination, driven by his commitment to serve this great nation, he contested again in the 2015 presidential election, where he emerged victorious and was inaugurated as a democratically elected president on 29 May 2015. After a successful 4-year tenure in office, President Muhammadu Buhari was re-elected for a second term on 23rd February 2019. Today, he is the very special guest of honor and reviewing officer for this historic 62nd Independence Anniversary Parade for British Nigeria. As a great sign of honor and appreciation, today's presidential parade, being the 62nd Independence Anniversary, to be inspected, and it will be officially the last for the special guest of honor to be inspected, and for this, the entire Nigerian Armed Forces, the Nigerian Police, and the various paramilitary security agencies and other bodies and organizations are using this unique opportunity to sincerely appreciate Mr. President during the past 8 years, consistently, the meritorious service to Nigeria and his unflinching support for the Nigerian Armed Forces in its ability to defend the Nigerian nation and its citizens alike. In further compliments to the special guest of honor, credible information reaching our announcer's desk states that the special guest of honor assured the world body of the 77th United Nations General Assembly that insecurity in Nigeria will soon be a thing of the past. This is resulting from renewed efforts by the Nigerian Armed Forces, the gallant officers and men of the Nigerian Armed Forces. He assured of credible elections in 2023 as Nigeria goes to the polls to elect a new president and other elective processes. He gave the assurance on Wednesday last week in what seems like a valedictory speech to the 77th United Nations General Assembly as he reverently told the world body that by same time next year, as it pleases the Most High God, Father, Nigeria will have a new president representing the nation. The reviewing officer vowed to entrench a process of free, fair, transparent, and credible elections through which Nigerians will elect leaders of their choice. We must add that prayerfully Nigeria needs a selfless, God-fearing, and visionary leader. Indeed, a president whose mission is to bring about meaningful development, proceed to right the perceived wrongs, and bring about the equity and fairness. He has started, and we quote, "We believe in the sanctity of constitutional terms, limits, and we have steadfastly adhered to it in Nigeria. Ours is a vast country, strengthened by its
All right, thank you for staying. You're watching Daybreak Extra, having a special coverage on the Independence Day here in Nigeria, 62 years anniversary for the country post-independence. I have in the studio Jide Ojo, and also joining us virtually Mr. Kehinde Amodu, who are both analysts that will be giving us perspectives on this special occasion. Thank you so much for joining us on Daybreak.
Pleasure. Happy Independence Day.
Yeah, same here. Well, it looks like a very emotional one. You know, looking at those images from the Eagle Square, how the president is waving to Nigerians. It looks like, well, this is the very last function in terms of the Independence Day celebration that the president will be having. So what's the feeling like for you? Let me go to Kehinde Amodu over there, watching these images coming from the Eagle Square and seeing that this is perhaps the last Independence Day that the president will be witnessing as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Mr. Kehinde.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we witness
All right. Okay. Okay, we'll get back to you, Mr. Kenny. We'll get back to you, Mr. Kehinde. It looks like we have technical issues with your audio, but let's come back to Mr. Jide Ojo. Listening to the president deliver his final Independence Day speech earlier today, and highlighting quite a number of issues. What's your take on some of the issues raised by the president?
Thank you very much. Happy Independence Day, Nigerians. We are glad to be alive and to be in a position to even analyze this Independence Day speech. What he said hasn't been anything out of ordinary. There is a saying in my part of the world that if you give a madman a hoe, he will weed to his side. Translating that, you know, nobody will score himself a failure. If you give me an exam and I'm to mark myself, no matter how poor I perform, I will say I did my best and I did well. The president admitted that there are challenges. He recapped the commitments he made in the area of anti-corruption, in the area of insecurity, in the area of economy, and all of those pillars of his manifestos way back in 2015 and 2019. And he felt, yes, he admitted that there were challenges, but he did his level best to overcome, and that it's still a work in progress. And of course, no leader will want to leave the country despondent. But the truth is that Nigerians are in a hurry to see the back of the president, maybe going to Daura or to Kaduna, because he himself seems overwhelmed with what he's tackling. Recall that not too long ago in an interview, he said he's in a hurry to go. That's somebody.
But would you say that this administration, or I would say President Muhammadu Buhari in particular, is probably unlucky looking at the global dimension of things when he came into office. First, we had a drop in the price of global crude oil. Then we now have COVID-19, and then now Russia-Ukraine war and all of that. So it looks like for each time they make certain policies aimed at improving the lives of Nigerians, something that is out of their control just comes up.
I'm not superstitious, and I don't want to say he's unlucky. He himself admitted that he was lucky in spite of the initial challenge. This is not a job that was forced on him. He asked for it. And in the first 3 attempts that he failed at, he still kept trying, which means he felt he has the answers to our challenges. So I wouldn't say he's unlucky. Every administration faces its own challenges, even from the military era. So you cannot say and start making excuses for him. Don't forget, he's not the one doing the job. He hires and fires people. When he knows that the people he hired were not doing well, what did he do? For me, history will judge him not on the basis of the excuses he's making or anybody can make for him, but on the basis of actions and decisions he took. Look, today, let's take the issue of economy. He's a military general, so you cannot say he's an economist. But then, he has the prerogative to hire the best economist, whoever is a Nigerian under the planet Earth. He has the prerogative to hire, to woo, to law, to cajole, to lobby that person to come and help him fix the rot at home. That is leadership. He is supposed to provide leadership. He's not supposed to provide excuses. You have executive powers. He was even lucky. Listen, he was even lucky that this night's assembly said whatever he brings will be approved for him, so that there will be no alibi. Oh, I had a frosty relationship with my parliament or with my National Assembly. That was why I
So
felt.
will the hiring and the firing made any difference? Would it have made any difference?
Yeah,
in his administration?
It will have. It will have. Let me give you an illustration. When Roman Abramovich was the owner of Chelsea, the moment Chelsea is not doing well, he will not blame the players. What will he do? He will sack the coach and bring in a fresh coach. And that was why Chelsea became a brand that was largely identified with by Nigerians.
All right, so let me go to Mr. Kehinde Amodu, who is over there. Hiring and firing, will it have made any difference? After all, we have seen that some people under this administration were fired. For instance, if you look at the service chiefs, that a lot of Nigerians mounted pressure on the president to fire. And yet we do not seem to have experienced any improvement in terms of the issue of insecurity. Maybe in the last few weeks, but after the firing, we didn't really see any immediate impact.
So that's what a lot of people would think. But would it have made a difference? It depends on the direction that he decided to go with government. it depends on him solely. That's why I agree with Dr. Ojo that, yeah, the buck stops on his table. He has the opportunity to hire, to fire, to bring in people that will help him do well. If he sees that he's not doing well,
Okay. All right. We'll come back to Mr. Kehinde Amodu. It appears that the military parade has just begun, and let's take a look at what's happening, giving us a sight and sound from the Eagle Square in the nation's capital. Give us the audio now. All right, we do apologize for the mix-up. It appears that our audio is still having a little issue. But let me go back to Kehinde Amodu for more perspectives on the speech delivered by the president. The president also talked about the issue of ASU. It talks about the issue of health, and how that we were able to do better with the issue of fighting COVID-19 when it came. All right, we'll stick with Mr. Jide Ojo in the studio. Apparently, technical issues has gotten Mr. Kehinde off. The president is saddened by the issue of ASU. He said that in his speech, and that he is urging, university lecturers to go back to the classrooms and all of that. Would you say that we have demonstrated enough will under this administration to deal with the issue of ASU?
No. You see, this is why I said history will not judge the president fairly on many counts, whether you are talking of anti-corruption, economy, insecurity, or education, or even health. You see, we should be mindful of what we do when we are in opposition. This president accused Goodluck Jonathan of not doing enough to resolve ASU crisis. He even was on tape saying that the money that Goodluck Jonathan used to organize national conference should have been used to resolve ASU issue. Meanwhile, Jonathan did not allow ASU issue to fester beyond 4 months. He sat down and resolved it in one night, when all his ministers were incapable of resolving it. And he ensured that at least he committed the initial 200 billion out of the 1.2 trillion that was meant to revamp the education sector in 6 years. When this administration came on board, the much that has been given to education sector for revitalization fund is just 20 billion. How can you say the president has done enough? Wait. Look at where our priorities lie. I don't know whether you saw a trending picture of a statement credited to the president when he went to Chatham House in February of 2015, where he was condemning education tourism, health tourism, and what he was going to do and all of that. Of all that he said at Chatham House, which one did you fulfill? Is it for lack of resources? He has borrowed to the hilt. Yes, we may not have made enough revenue because of this crisis you earlier mentioned, the Russian-Ukraine war, the COVID-19, the insurgency, the militancy in the Niger Delta. But then, each time he goes to the National Assembly, they gave him stamp of approval. Today, from 11 trillion or thereabout, when he took over government, our debt portfolio has risen to 41.6 trillion. And in 2023 budget that is going to submit next week, they are talking of between 11 and 12 trillion to borrow. So if you have these resources, Why then can't you make education of future leaders of Nigeria a priority? I've said it, maybe here, maybe other media platforms, that there will be a backlash on the lackadaisical attitude of this president on many issues, whether it's health, whether it's education. You have kept students of tertiary institutions in public schools at home for about 8 months. Wait. In 2020, just because of COVID-19 pandemic, that's why we didn't feel the impact. The ASU was on strike for 9 months. Now, less than 2 years after, ASU is on strike for another 8 months.
So we have heard several excuses by the administration as to the point that the issue of resources, and also to the issue of the fact that negotiations that were made before now were unrealistic to meet, and that they cannot keep up to some of the agreements that those teams had in the previous administration and all of that. So perhaps these are the reasons why the issue of ASU is still unresolved today.
I really do not agree. I sincerely do not agree. See, let's not make governance a rocket science. This thing is just about priority. The lecturers are asking for what? Funds, not necessarily increment in their own salaries and emolument, which is part of the bargain, but the revitalization of the university system. Now, Ayuba, you haven't been able to cater to the handful of universities you have. Under this administration, they have converted many polytechnics and colleges of education to university. Under this administration, there is still about 33 bills in the National Assembly being considered for creation of additional universities. Why? How could you have 3 children? You can't feed them. You now decide to go and marry more wives and having more children. Is that how to resolve an issue? You have not been able to adequately cater for existing one. Meanwhile, even if you peg, even if you say this for the next 5 years, let's not establish additional universities. Let's take care of the existing ones. There are alternatives for parents, which is what? The private universities, for those who cannot or do not meet with the stringent conditions of public. Now, take adequate care of the existing one. Did you know that today, if ASU strike is resolved, there will be between 20 to 30% reduction in the number of lecturers who will be available to teach our students. Already, National University Commission have withdrawn accreditation for many courses across public universities because they do not have the requisite number of lecturers. How will you attract lecturers to departments when the take-home pay is so paltry? And for the past 5 years that we have been operating IPPIS, which is another grant why ASU went on strike, that they want University Transparency and Accountability Solution. They just met with leadership of House of Reps a few days ago. UTAS was set to have scored 93%. The IPPIS that was imposed on us by Bretton Woods institutions in US scored last, was the last in terms of integrity test. Yet we were operating this IPPIS. It is why we are operating this IPPIS that our Accountant General of the Federation was still able to steal about 109 billion, while pretending that they are helping us to save money and to fight corruption. So I really don't know. Enough of excuses. This administration, for the first 4 years, they were behaving like they were still in opposition even when they won. Now, in the last 4 years, it's been excuses about COVID-19. It's been excuses about militancy, about insurgency. And yet, you have borrowed and borrowed and borrowed. And yet, corruption continues to fester. So, I think if you cannot stand the heat, don't go to the kitchen. He has opportunity to even resign. If he's too overwhelmed to govern us for the next 9 months or thereabout.
All right. Well, let's go back to Mr. Kehinde Amodu. I think that he is ready for us now. Mr. Kehinde, well, with all that is happening now, the current administration in the president's speech has done quite a lot, especially if you look at, say, for instance, the issue of social investment programs, the issue of introducing programs and initiatives aimed at stimulating the economy. Yet we have an inflation that is the highest in about 2 decades. So what's your own assessment of these programs that were introduced?
Well, first and foremost, what the government will say is that it's a global phenomenon. Yes, it's a global phenomenon. But you see governments outside of this country taking steps to ensure that they negatively on the lives of the citizens. The social investment program, to me, is a knee-jerk reaction. If you have people that you are giving 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, and the prices of the standard of living or the cost of living is rising way beyond this, who have you taken out of poverty? So I think that in the first place there should have been a more organized social investment program that would indeed impact on the lives of the vulnerable and the poor, so to speak. But but don't forget that the people in this country is not only the vulnerable and the poor that are in this country, although they make up a large percentage. But there are also the people in the rapidly vanishing middle class who are struggling to survive. So what are the incentives? What are those things that have been introduced in this very hard economic period to soften the blow of the inflation that has come up? We see that there is none. So to keep on, to just talk about social investment programs, which are not even going round the entire percentage of the entire population of the vulnerable and poor, is to say the least, looking at a policy that was introduced maybe 3-4 years ago and has not impacted fully in a crisis situation that we are in now.
All right, the president also touched on the issue of Nigeria's democracy. He is very particular about bequeathing a legacy of a transparent electoral process. He said that during his address at the United Nations General Assembly. He repeated that during his speech earlier today. So he seems quite very keen on making sure that we have a transparent electoral process. Are we on the path to making sure that we realize that in terms of the ruling party now, for instance?
Yes, I think that if there is somewhere where the president will get a pass mark, it's in the electoral reforms that have been introduced. It's in making INEC more effective, more autonomous, more able to deliver on its mandate of delivering elections that are credible. Credible, free and fair, I don't know about, because other factors have come in. You have factors of vote buying, which has become the largest single phenomenon in all the side elections that have been conducted up till now. We have also incidences of manipulation of the electoral laws, like we see in recent developments after the primaries of parties, in which you have substitution, and the substitution would want to take away the mandate that was credibly obtained by candidates. So those are things that are cropping up in the electoral process. So yes, the president and INEC and the government of the day have succeeded in making elections look more credible. But in the practice, how would we say that they have performed in ensuring, one, that the people get the candidates that they voted for, and in two, ensuring that politicians do not circumvent the system, manipulate the system to their own means.
All right, Mr. Jide, the president also talks about his desire to see more female participation in the electoral processes, that's in our political system, on all of that. How have female inclusion or participation fared under this administration?
Very poorly. Very, very poor. In fact, the president called an ungo, even having that in his address. If he knew he was interested in more female participation in politics, what has he done to influence his own party, which is the ruling party, in ensuring that there is affirmative action within the party? Look, ANC in South Africa, African National Congress, it's not in the constitution of South Africa for them to have affirmative action. It is in the constitution of the ANC that they have reserved seat for women. This president, even the commitment he made at the Women's Center, National Women's Center here in Abuja, in the lead up to 2019 presidential election, where he promised to give women 35% position, cabinet position. Did he fulfill it? Today, we have 43 cabinet ministers, himself inclusive, and only 6 women. 6. And out of these 6, 3 of them are junior ministers. Minister of State for Transport, Minister of State for FCT, Minister of State for which other one? The substantive one are just Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Minister of Women Affairs, Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning. Those are the 3 that are, full-time cabinet ministers. The other 3 are junior ministers. I think Minister of State for Environment, Minister of State for Transport, Transportation, and Minister of State for FCT. So, if out of 43 that you are at liberty to appoint, you could not influence at least 35, and it's a policy of government. It's a 2006 gender policy that that 35% position in elective and appointive position shall be given to women. This, in fact, it was the lackluster inclusion of women into the governance system of Nigeria that makes women group to approach a federal high court that gave judgment 3 months ago that there is a constitutional breach in non-mainstreaming gender into Nigerian governance system. I don't know whether you are aware of that Justice Okoronko's judgment around July this year, that it's a breach of our constitution, Section 42, that talks about non-discrimination. But the president, instead of showing the lead, refused to do so. Even in appointment into MDAs, there are over 1,000 MDAs in this country. Tell me, what is the percentage? Let them come out with the statistics of percentage of women that are heading any of these ministries, departments, and agencies. How will he not find women of substance globally? At least somebody brought Okonjo-Iweala from abroad. Okay. Somebody brought this woman, the one that was Minister of Finance in the first tenure, Kemi Adeosun. Okay. You can bring anybody from planet, in as long as that person is in Nigeria. There are women doing great things across the globe that the president should have attracted back to. And Minister of the Assistant General Secretary, was was formerly a minister of environment here before she was appointed into that position. And there are many other women that could have been brought on board that are doing great things both within and outside of Nigeria that the president should have attracted. But beyond that, why did he, assuming without considering that the shop is already closed, nominations have been concluded, we are now in the campaign period. What stops the president from reshuffling his cabinet and appointing women, at least between 13 to 15 women, to say on this one stretch, I want to make amends. I want to atone for my sins. But to just be making it's just rhetorics. It's just rhetorics.
Well,
very unfortunate.
Well, we'll get back to the studio, but for now, let's go back to the Eagle Square, where we'll be getting live feeds on what's happening right now at the Eagle Square as far as the Independence Day celebration is concerned. We are seeing that there's a parade going on, so let's head back there.
The microphone now switched over to my co-announcer, the announcer's box, Lieutenant Obi Lukudano. Lieutenant Lukudano, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing right now are various guards marching backward to pave way for the next event that will be displayed on this arena. As event is unfolding here today live at Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for Nigeria's 62nd Independence Day Anniversary Parade, year 2022. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, senior officers both serving and deservedly retired, officers, ladies and gentlemen. Next on the program is Festive Parade by Guards Brigade Drill Squad and displayed by Nigerian Army paratroopers. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, advancing smartly into this arena, a Pacific Drill Squad from Guards Brigade with total strength of 18 personnel. We have 17 males and a female, and it is commanded by Staff Sergeant Samaila Ibrahim. As you can see, they are marching forward to pay compliment to the special guest of honor before commencing with their display. That is Staff Sergeant Ibrahim Samaila marching forward to pay compliment to the special guest of honor. Permission sought and graciously granted by the special guest of honor, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Your Excellencies, it will interest you to know that the Royal Regiment of Artillery claims to be the originator of PESTIC, as it was used by its speed gun team to ensure correct distance between the guns. This PESTIC was more like a walking stick with a silver knob, which can be opened like a pair of calipers. From this, the infantry developed the PESTIC as an aid to drill. In the year 2005, Master Warrant Officer Bala Aldo retired, was opportune to attend his advanced drill course in Sandos. He later introduced PESTICing in slow time in the Nigerian Army in the year 2012. Warrant Officer Adamu Adams and Staff Sergeant Riba Bala in the year 2021 improved and introduced PESTICing in quick time in the Nigerian Army. What we are witnessing now, the drill squad are twirling the stick while marching, as the stick can be made to walk alongside its other at the proper pace. The PESTIC has been improved to ensure 30 inches is achieved, as 30 inches is the normal marching pace in any parade. A PESTIC is a long stick usually carried by warrant officer and non-commissioned officers, drill instructors in the Nigerian Armed Forces as a symbol of authority. The stick can be opened so that the tip separates at fixed distance corresponding to various lengths of marching pace, such as quick march, slow march, etc. Holding their PESTIC now with their left arm, paying compliment to the special guest of honor. When the PESTIC is open to the correct pace length, the PESTIC can be held alongside the other's body by the inch, with one leg of the stick vertical to the ground and the other leg pointing forward. While marching on parade, it is normally carried stuck tightly under the left arm and parallel to the ground, with the left arm grasping the stick near the top. A PESTIC usually consists of two pieces of wood, each at the top and tapering towards the bottom, very similar to large wooden drafting compasses used on a school blackboard. They are usually short and fitted with highly polished brass. We can see the synchronization of steps, body movement alongside the PESTIC, showing professionalism and capability of the drill squad. Dexterity in PESTIC handling shows the discipline and intelligence exhibited by the drill squad. Now what you are witnessing, they are about to close the PESTIC in order for them to march in quick time. They are closing the PESTIC with the help of the PESTIC gauge, as the PESTIC parts include the PESTIC head,
From the live images from the Eagle Square, where the Independence Day celebration is ongoing at the moment, Nigeria's 62 years anniversary, and we're here in the studio talking about the issues that were highlighted in the president's speech earlier, and also some of the burning issues right now in the country. I have Jide Ojo, public affairs analyst, and also Mr. Kehinde Amodu, who are both analysts speaking to us on some of these issues. Now, 62 years down the line after independence, one issue that continues to haunt us as Nigerians, or I would say continues to come back to our national discourse, is the issue of Nigeria's unity and cohesion and all of that. How would you assess how much we have achieved in the past few years as far as fostering unity among Nigerians?
Again, unfortunately, this is a low point for the president, the outgoing president, because now he's outgoing. Everything he does from today going forward is counting down to his exit. It's a very low point that he run the country in a nepotistic way, so much so that our fault lines became sharpened and became blatant. Quite unfortunately, in terms of the provisions of Section 3 of the Constitution, which talks about national unity and national loyalty and national cohesion, he has not fostered that unity. You saw the elders-farmers clashes. For many years under this administration, everybody that is a Fulani became endangered because of the impunity of few who are grazing on the farmland of the farmers. And the way the presidency handled that was not very professional. It was partisan, it was lopsided, because these cattle rearers became like a law on their own. And people were saying, look at the devastating havoc that was wreaked on many of our farmlands. And you say, well, they are part of they are your brothers, accommodate them. And that is not the way to resolve the issue. Equity, justice, and fair play was not brought to bear. And you could see the president even trying to trace the ancient landmarks of cattle grazing routes. Is that the solution in 21st century, where development and industrialization has taken over? How could you be wanting to trace the grazing routes of 1962? When in 1977 we now have a Land Use Act that have already annexed all lands and given it to states to control. So how will you now say the federal government doesn't? That's why the Aso Villa is paying rent to FCTA, because no land belongs to the president or to the federal government. But away from that, if you look at in terms of religious and ethnic divides, it has widened because of the way and manner appointments have been made. There have not been any effort to consciously mainstream the principle of what is called federal character principle. The federal character principle has been observed in breach. If you want to put a light to what I'm saying, ask the head of service to bring the nomina of public servant or civil servant. You will see. Let's look at the appointments that have been made under the military or the armed forces in the last 8 years and see. Well, so these are things that if equity, justice, and fair play have been brought to bear, definitely the president will have been scored very high in terms of unity in diversity.
All right. So let's go to Mr. Kehinde Amodu there. Mr. Kehinde, what's your own assessment as to issues that has to do with fostering national unity and cohesion in the country as we move forward?
Well, we need to look at it from two perspectives. Unfortunately, one could say that the government, that's the first perspective, has not fostered the unity, the peace and unity that it's supposed to be the custodian of, because of policies, because of doublespeak, because of issues, somersaults, policy somersaults, because of issues that tend to favor one part of the country to the other. That has been our reality over the past 7 years. But when you talk about unity and being fostered by the people of the country, you see that the people have done their best to foster unity. There have been intertribal marriages. There have been people that have work in all parts of the country and have been made to feel welcome there. So the point about Nigerian unity, I tend to see it from those two perspectives. Has government kept to its side of fostering unity? No, it has not. Unity is not just something you speak about. It's something you act on. It's something that everybody sees your body language as pursuing, as championing. And that has not been done by government. in the present reality. But what we know, what we understand is that the people themselves have fostered unity. It reminds me of what Bishop Kuka said a few days ago, that the problem that the country has is not with unity, it's not with religion, it's not with ethnic divisions, it's with identity crisis, identity politics, that our identity politics has not been played well. And he says, well, if you go to the normal average Nigerian on the street, they see themselves as Nigerians. But the whole issue is that when politicians want to have their way, they bring in the issues of ethnicity and religion.
All right. All right. All right. So thank you so much, Mr. Kende, for your perspectives there. Now, how can we foster this issue of unity? During the, I would say, last days of President Goodluck Jonathan in office, we had the national conference in 2014. Mm. And a lot of people have said, why don't we go back to some of the recommendations and some of the consensus at the national conference for us to be able to take care of some of the issues that have continued to prop up every now and then whenever you talk about Nigeria's unity and progress?
Well, unfortunately, we've been playing politics with governance in Nigeria. When this administration came on board, the president was asked whether he was going to implement the national conference report. He said, well, it's not, he hasn't seen it, and even if he sees it, he doesn't think it's the way forward. But that conference provided about 600 recommendations that, if they are properly distilled, could have helped. And that's what bipartisanship is all about. Not minding who did what. It's the resources of the federal government that was used to convey that, and they were representatives of the people. I would have expected that this president would have dusted up that report and ensured the implementation, at least in phases. Look at it now. Today, we are engaging Tompolo to help us secure the pipelines. Did you know that what I found out from the streets was that there was exacerbation of oil theft the moment the Petroleum Industry Act was passed, and only 3% was given to host community. And even that 3%, there is a caveat that for you to get it, you must not vandalize the pipeline. But who determines who vandalizes the pipeline? Sometimes there are deliberate, there are leakages arising from weak pipelines that the international IOCs, international oil companies, will just blame on the communities, on the people in the community, and say, oh, they are the one that vandalized. Meanwhile, the pipe was due for replacement many years ago and wasn't done. So now, you remember the argument about 5% and 3%, but eventually, while House of Reps, I think, was rooting for 5%, Senate said 3%. They went into conference committee, took the lower limit, which is 3%. Now, the communities are taking what is duly theirs, because now they didn't see oil theft as criminal. They see it as is their own wealth, common wealth, that is in their backyard, for which they have been denied. So what I'm making that allusion to issue of national unity and peace. You cannot have peace without justice. We are trying to have peace without justice. Even some of the bandits that you have, those who became bandits and kidnappings today, kingpins of kidnappers today, many of them have grouses with the state. That's why they took to that crime. Okay. For instance, look at the number of, we earlier talked about the universities shut down for getting to 8 months now. Mm. Some of those who are in the university, some belong to core groups. Now they have been taken out of school system for this long. 8 months is a session in a university. They lost a session in 2020. They are losing a session in 2022. How will you expect some of these boys not to go into crime? All right. So the justice aspect has not been accentuated. All right. That's why there is a illusion of peace.
All right. Thank you so much. Justice is critical to finding peace. I think that's a place for us to end the discussion on Daybreak Extra. Thank you so much, Jide Ojo, for joining us on Daybreak Extra, this special coverage.
My pleasure.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kende Amodu, for joining us as well for this special coverage on Nigeria's independence. Once again, let me say happy independence to you both.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, we've come to the end of our special coverage. Well, not necessarily the end, but maybe the commentaries here in the studio. We would go back to the Eagle Square, where we will leave you with a live coverage of the Independence Day celebration. My name is Ayuba Ilya. Thank you so much for joining. Stay tuned to the channel. We have loads and loads of programs lined up for you for today. Please stay. Bye for now.
Nigeria is on its own, very, 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 very symbolic there. There we have, to the left, we're going to have first, next to it will be the letter O, and next to it will be letter C, and the next is letter T. Please put your hands together. 1st October has been, the acronym is right there. 1st October, 1 for first, OCT for October. Thank you. Great drill. We must also commend the RSM of these great children. He is Warrant Officer Danjuma Mohammed. They will be forming back their 8 ranks. Now the next symbol they are going to display is a photo stand. That's it. Your hands together for them, please. They are our children. They are our brothers. Potentials. The sky is the limit. We can see the compliments there to the very special guest of honor, President Commander-in-Chief, the reviewing officer of this great occasion of the 62nd Independence Anniversary, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. We want to commend the commandant, the present commandant of the Nigerian Military School Zaria. He is Brigadier General J.T. Aung. Thank you. Please, your hands together for these great boys, please. They are all potentials. There are generals there. There are professors there. There are senior advocates there. Surgeons, doctors, lecturers. Name it. Thank you. At this juncture, the microphone now swings over to my co-announcer, the announcer's box, Major Shaib Umar. Major Umar, please. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next on our program is the cultural display by Ade's Entertainment. At this juncture, may I hand over the proceedings to Daziri Sharif to coordinate the cultural display.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will be looking at the history of Nigeria with dance. From the Idas Entertainment, please enjoy.
I'm happy to see you all gathered here today for our usual story time. And because today is Independence Day, our story is about our nation, Nigeria. We will be going back in time just a little bit. The time during the last years of the pre-colonial era in Nigeria. In the area known as the Northern Protectorate, many indigenous groups emerged in Nigeria before the British took control in the late 19th century. In the north, there were several large and developed systems, including the Hausa states of Kano, Katsina, Zaria, and Gobe, Kanem-Borno, and the Juku states of Kwarafa, Kola, Pinduga, and Wukari, and smaller kingdoms, including those of the Igala, Nupe, and Ibira. These people were known for many attributes, including cattle rearing and mining.
and loads of training. It will trust you to know that the team by the standards of the class are trying. Agility is needed for this dance. Representing the north central parts of Nigeria today, I give you the two dancers, everyone.
We must thank a great Nigerians for this very exciting cultural display. Thank you. They comprise the various cultural activities of our great Nigeria cut across. Thank you. Thank you. Any moment from now, the planes will be airborne preparatory to commencing the air display, please. Thank you. Thank you, please. The air display is expected any moment from now. Thank you. Your round of applause, please, for them. This juncture, the microphone switch over to Wing Commander Elkin Manley to give us the proceedings of the air display. Thank you very much. Very exciting, entertaining. Thank you. Just a moment, sir. The administration of President Muhammad Buhari, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, has provided support to the Nigerian Air Force. Several new aircraft types have been acquired, such as JF-17 and F-29 Super Tucano, which will be performing in today's display. Other platforms recently acquired include Wing 2, CN3, and CN4 unmanned combat aerial vehicles, which are currently conducting operations in the various theaters of operations around the country. Furthermore, the Nigerian Air Force is currently expecting delivery of several other platforms, including the M346 light attack aircraft, A81 Cobra attack helicopter, the GA-52, and the Beechcraft 360i. Indeed, based on recent strides in acquisition
safeguard the emerging security threat of the immediate future. The first fire will commence any moment from now. Please cast your attention to the 3 o'clock hour position of the arena from where the aircraft will be approaching for the flight path. The first aircraft is the Augusta 109, flying with and proudly displaying the national colors in commemoration of the 62nd independence anniversary of Nigeria. The crew comprises squadron leader J.K. Captain, supported by flight lieutenants Shaibu and Maharaj. Also on board are flying officers Yusuf and Abdul Kuri. The Augusta 109 helicopter is based in 405 Helicopter Combat Training Group Enugu. The unit is commanded by Wing Commander Omokunga and is tasked with the conduct of advanced combat training for Nigerian Force helicopter pilots. The unit is also currently deployed and engaged in the northeast and northwest theaters of operation. What a spectacular view as the Augusta helicopter gracefully displays the national colors. The Augusta is followed by the downward formation of 3 VL-40 aircraft. The formation is led by Wing Commander Oshino. The number 2 aircraft we have Squadron Leader Kabiru Gwandu, and the number 3 we have Squadron Leader Mohammed Ndaku. These aircraft operators of 401 Flight Training School commanded by Group Captain Oyo Oluwatayo. The unit is tasked with the conduct of primary, basic, and cybernetics training for Nigerian Force pilots. It is starting for a school with all Nigerian Force pilots must pass. Following is the Phantom formation comprising 3 A-29 Super Tucano aircraft. The lead aircraft is flown by Wing Commander Kingpin Adonde Igwebe, number 2 by Squadron Leader Zaki Kete, and number 3 by Squadron Leader El Peter. Coming behind the Phantom formation is the Cobra formation, comprising 3 LT-9ZA aircraft. The aircraft operates out of the 406 Line Training School, based in Kano. Next is the Eagle formation of 3 Alpha jets. The lead aircraft has Flight Lieutenant Wallace Ahmad and Yeta Ogole on board. The number 2 we have Squadron Leader Mansour and Flight Lieutenant Halilu, while Flight Lieutenant Esa Usman and Wing Commander Ojoto are in the number 3 aircraft. It will interest you to note that the chief of the aircraft, Air Marshal Aru Amao, is a seasoned fighter instructor pilot for the Alpha jet, who has performed in several combat operations both within and outside the country. The Alpha jet actively supported ECOMOG operations in Liberia and Sierra Leone, where it was known as the Zulu Bed to the local. The aircraft also served in Mali as well as the Gambia. The aircraft is ubiquitous in all regions where the Nigerian Army operates, as it continues to play an active role in supporting operations in all our theaters of operations. The final aircraft in the order of battle flight path is the JF-17 Thunder, piloted by Florida Shakur Musa. The JF-17, otherwise known as the Guardian of the Sky, is the first line of defense of the Nigerian airspace in the event of any hostilities from the air. This aircraft forms the nucleus of our air defense system and thanks to our desired capacity on top an air defense identification zone. The JF-17 aircraft will be returning immediately for some aerobatic maneuvers overhead. by the Constituent President Muhammadu Buhari GPFR. The aircraft was manufactured as a joint venture between Pakistan Aeronautical Complex and Chengdu International Industry of China. The aircraft is 4.5 supersonic control fighter aircraft, possessing excellent air-to-air and air-to-surface capabilities. It has state-of-the-art avionics with optimally integrated capability to employ local workers. This all-weather day and night capable aircraft is highly mobile, both as built and good. Thank you. The aircraft is now setting up for 360 rounds as a mark of salutation as it exits the arena. The Fatwa Convention comprising 3 Alpha 29 Super Tucanos will execute Lazy 8 maneuver and then set up for a bomb overhead. The Super Tucano was inducted into the Nigerian Air Force in 2021 also by the Commander-in-Chief, President Muhammadu Buhari. 69 is a light attack aircraft manufactured by Sierra Nevada Corporation of USA and its partner Embraer Defense and Security Company of Brazil. The Super Tucano has performed exceptional restoration and covert operations across various theaters of operations to ensure the security of our dear nation. You are now watching the Lazy 8 maneuver by the experienced crews of the Super Tucano aircraft in big formation. The maneuver derives play from the manner in which the extended longitudinal axis of the airplane's information are made to trace the flight path in the form of a figure 8 lying on its side. The objective of the Lazy 8 is to develop the pilot's feel for the varying control surfaces and the ability to plan and remain oriented while maneuvering with positive and accurate control. The maneuver is used to develop and demonstrate the pilot's mastery of the airplane in maximum performance flight situations. The Alpha 29 Super Tucano aircraft is the most reliable and cost-effective solution for basic and advanced flight and combat training, close air support operations and counter-insurgency scenarios. The Super Tucano has been actively engaged in various Nigerian Air Force operations such as Operation Hadinkai in the northeast, Operation Hadirindaji in the northwest, Operation Delta Safe in the south-south, among others. The aircraft is very versatile and it is built for light attack combat with a versatile and powerful turboprop engine, making it appropriate for counterinsurgency in Nigeria. The Alpha 29 Super Tucano has completed the Lazy 8 maneuver in big formation and now the pilots have repositioned for a bomb burst overhead. The aircraft is known for its rugged and durable design, which also allows it to perform from unimproved runways and at forward operating bases. There are currently about 15 countries operating the A-29 aircraft for combat operations, especially counterinsurgency. The Phantom formation is now rolling in for the bomb bust overhead. The graceful execution of the maneuver is a salutation to the audience as they exit the arena. May I crave your indulgence to give the Phantom formation a round of applause for that wonderful performance. Next to perform maneuvers overhead will be the Cobra formation, comprising 3 L-39ZA aircraft. The Cobra formation will also be performing a low pass in Vic, followed by a lazy edge maneuver. Thereafter, the formation will set up for a bomb bust. Please cast your attention to the 3 o'clock high position, where you can see the Cobra formation approaching the arena with smoke. The L-39 is a 2-seat aircraft powered by a single turbojet engine manufactured by Aero Vodokody of the Czech Republic. It was inducted into the Nigerian Air Force in November 1986. The aircraft is employed for conducting basic, advanced, and combat training. It is associated armament systems and stores. The aircraft is also capable of conducting combat missions. Distinguished guests, to your 10 o'clock high position, the Cobra formation is setting up for the lazy 8 maneuver. The aircraft will be dispensing smoke in the Nigerian national colors as a mark of celebration of our 62 years of independence as a nation. It's a sign of our hope and prayer for our dear nation. Indeed, it is a joyous and historic moment today that despite our struggles and predictions to the contrary, we are still celebrating Nigeria together, standing tall with our heads held up high as a strong, indivisible, and great nation. Congratulations, Nigeria. The history of aviation in Nigeria began in Kano, as the first aircraft to arrive in Nigeria did so on 1st November 1925, when Flight Lieutenant Cunningham planned a flight from Egypt to Kano, Nigeria. The entire Nigerian airspace subsequently has been referred to as the Kano FIR. The Cobra formation, comprising an elite squad of instructor pilots operating from the 403 Flying Training School based in Kano, regarded as the home of the Cobras. This is because the portion of the Kano airport occupied by the 403 Flying Training School has always had a preponderance of 6, especially the Cobra, hence the moniker, the home of the Cobras. However, from a flyer's point of view, the instructor pilots of the school identify as the Precision Falcons. The school is the custodian of the Nigerian Air Force flying training standards. It will interest you to note that at some point in his career, the chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Ayo Amao, was himself a Precision Falcon, and he is therefore regarded as the Cobra Chief, or the King Cobra. The unit is commanded by my humble self. Therefore, it is with particular pride that I recognize the efforts of these highly dedicated and professional instructor pilots. The formation is led by Squadron Leader Jeremiah Pebu and Flight Lieutenant Eden. To your 11 o'clock high position, you can see the Cobra formation completing the second half of the Lazy 8 and setting up for the bomb bust overhead with the white-green smoke. Please give a round of applause for the bomb bust by the Cobra formation. The bomb bust is a maneuver carried out by aircraft in formation to simulate actual bomb delivery onto a target. The bomb bust with smoke in the Nigerian national colors is a perfect salute to this distinguished audience and signifies the end of the Cobra formation display. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow a round of applause for that wonderful display by the Cobra formation. You all agree with me that it takes a lot of training, it takes a lot of guts and discipline to carry out the maneuvers done by these bravest and the finest of the Nigerian Air Force. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, we may not have witnessed the full complement of the Nigerian Air Force inventory of aircraft today, but it is worthy to note that these courageous pilots put their lives on the line in defense of the sovereignty of our great nation. On a daily basis, they brave the elements to decisively soften the ground in support of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Navy, and shaping the battle space in favor of our valiant troops. The final part of today's aerial display is the rappelling exercise. It is pertinent to note that every country needs a well-equipped mobile strike force. Experience has shown that the insertion of troops behind enemy lines from the air can be the most expedient method of conducting operations. This is because special operations forces can be rapidly inserted behind enemy lines without having to charge through obstacles and hostile ground power. Rappelling, otherwise known as insertion, is a swift and tactical means of precision dropping of combat troops for discrete missions when helicopters cannot land. Rappelling is also a tactical maneuver for facilitating combat search and rescue operations. These are operations which could involve rescue of hostages from a building or seagoing vessel. In many emergency situations, rappelling could serve as the quickest means to rescue people who are in distress. In the Nigerian Air Force, the special operations forces of the National Security and the Air Police K9 have been poised to undertake a broad spectrum of missions, one of them essential by rappelling. Since the Nigerian Air Force began training with rappelling techniques in 2010, several missions have been conducted to rescue and provide support to victims of flooding. The Nigerian Air Force Special Operations Forces have also participated in several joint operations with the Nigerian Army. We are indeed willing, able, and ready. The appealing display is the curtain on the aerial display segment of the 62nd Nigerian Independence Day anniversary celebrations. I will now hand over to the commentary desk to continue with the rest of the proceedings. Thank you very much for your rapt attention.
Thank you, sir. May I please, at this moment, inform the cultural troops to please come back to this arena to complete their display. Thank you.
Moving on with our story, we have shown you the Northern and Southern Protectorate. Next in the history of Nigeria is
on January 1st, 1914, the two protectorates were amalgamated to form the Colony and Protectorate of Nigeria. Colonization lasted for over 100 years until after a movement for independence arose. In 1960, we were granted our independence and there was celebration all around the country.
And now, the protectorates have been put together, creating the colony of Nigeria. The song you heard earlier was the first national anthem. And now we have the unity dance and our Nigerian flag flowing in the back. Showing the unity of the Northern and Southern protectorates, creating the colony of Nigeria. And shortly after, we did not gain our independence from the colonial rulers only to destroy ourselves. We need each other to thrive as a nation. Nigeria, we are our brothers' keepers, our neighbors' helpers. We are one nation. Divided, we will fall, but united, we stand.
Look at all the people, unique, great and strong, different but all woven into one. We never see defeat, defying all the odds. Nigeria, that is who we are.
Can't you see the land is growing? So much for you, so much for me. Together we will rise above the storm. Each tribe uniting together, the future of our dreams. Nigeria, we are so much, bringing pieces together. Destiny is together. Destiny, destiny.
together as one. We'd like to thank you, sir, for your service. Your Excellency, Muhammadu Buhari, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir.
A round of applause for the Ade's crew, everyone. Fantastic performance. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, senior officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Next on our program is the combined display from the Nigerian Military School Silent Drill Squad, Mass Band and Cultural Troops. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, advancing into this arena, our combined display. This display will showcase the NMS Silent Drill Platoon in a unique performance with the Mass Band and Cultural Troops. They will be marching forward to form Nigerian R62 and thank you PNG. These are brought in commemoration to Nigeria 62 Independence Anniversary Parade year 2022. Coming together as one to form Nigeria at 62 and thank you PNB. Shall we give the combined display a resounding of applause for that wonderful performance, showing the formation of Nigeria at 62 and thank you PNB. Excellent. The formation you are witnessing at the moment is combination of silent drill, platoon, cultural troops, and the mass band. The formation you are witnessing at the moment by the mass band is inspired by the song You and I Will Live as One, composed by the legendary Nigerian musician Oyeka Owenu and King Sunny Ade. A classic hit back then in the late 80s and early this beautiful song written by patriotic Nigerians as we celebrate our independence. It is a clear call to all Nigerians to continue to support the system and ensure we become a nation that is indivisible despite our heterogeneous disposition, and this can be achieved through living together as one. Together we can succeed and achieve greater success as a nation. That the group photographs are in badges. The DG, NIA, SSS, CDI, Service Chief, and CDS will be the first batch to snap with Mr. President. May I at this moment please humbly request the Commander Guards Brigade to please invite the special guest of honor for a group photograph. Okay. May I please request other bodies? I'm going to call now to please join up. The SGF, Chief of Staff, Minister of Defense, FCT Minister, Dean of Diplomatic Corps, CGN, Speakers and Spouse, and Senate President. The former Vice President and his spouse, former President, President Goodluck Jonathan, and the spouse to Mr. President.
Is it the battery, sir? And you didn't open your scan. Your battery is on the to snap now, don't hold to another argument. Let them arrange themselves and snap sharply and leave it. We're standing here this morning.
May I please request once again our dignitaries to please step up for a group photograph with Mr. President, the the Service Chief, DGNIA, SSS, CDI and CDS, CGF, Chief of Staffs, Minister of Defense, FCT Minister, Dean of Diplomatic Corps, CGN, Speakers and Spouse, and Senate President, former Vice President and his spouse, former President Goodluck Jonathan. Then the last but not the least will be Mr. President and his spouse.
How does it take to start the balance? Even from where they are coming, before you get here, the snapshot don't take.
Your Excellencies, may I please request the former President and Vice President to please join us with the group photograph.
Photograph now is not even part of the program. They just create this one. Anywhere we have challenge now, that's signing of clear register. The other side, before you cross now, your people begin to personalize. Maybe this guy come face live camera. Look at the people. See what they do. The whole world is seeing that you are blocking the camera.
No, don't do protest here. I know they say they do protest here. Go bend down.
May I now request the Commander Guard Brigade to please request the special guest of honor to join for the group photograph. Commander Guard Brigade, sir. Dignitaries, may please take your seats. Dignitaries, may please take your seats, please. Thank you. It is a group photograph with the mass band, the Pinstick squad, the NMS boys, and of course the cultural troops, with the very special guest of honor, President Commander-in-Chief, and other dignitaries. After the photograph Next will be the signing of the anniversary register by the very special guest of honor. Very historic. It's going to be quite memorable. 62nd Independence Anniversary for great nation Nigeria. And the very special guest of honor, reviewed Officer President Commander-in-Chief, Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, group photographs with other dignitaries and the various activists in this special day parade. And after the group photograph, His Excellency Special Guest of Honor will be signing the anniversary register to give his impression of what he has witnessed this day. Yes, the group photograph over. The President walking presidentially towards the desk for the signing of the order, please. The anniversary register being signed there by the very special guest of honor. It's been very, very exciting, entertaining. After the signing of the anniversary register, this very special guest of honor now moves to the saluting days preparatory on the other activities of this epoch-making occasion. Time to pay compliments to the very special guest of honor before taking leave of the arena after that group photograph. Very symbolic. The mass band made up of officers and personnel drawn from the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Air Force, and the Nigerian Police Force respectively. Commanded by Major Michael Abayo Ayobami Toriola, and the naval officer is Lieutenant Commander Francis Kalu, and the Chief Secretary of Police, Lionel Simon Gibril. Next is for the special guest of honor to go to the saluting days preparatory to the 300 chairs and of course the 21 gun salute accompanied with the national salute. Please, 21 gun salute is part of this occasion. Your Excellencies, there shouldn't be any panic in any chair. It's part of this occasion. The 21 gun salute will precede the national salute. That brings us to the end of this epoch-making occasion. No panicking and no shaking place. 21 gun salute provided by the Nigerian Army Artillery Corps. It has been exciting and entertaining watch the while of the very special guest of honor and the dignitaries at this occasion. Once again, the word after the 300 chairs is going to be 21 gun salute. Please, it is part of this occasion. 21 gun salute by the Nigerian Army Artillery Corps. Now marching forward, take position preparatory to the advancing and review order. I'm going to see that shortly. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Please, some audience, please. His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, DCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, May we please rise wherever you are sitting, please, preparatory to the 21-gun salute and the national salute, please. Thank you. Rise, please, on your feet. Dignitaries, may please take your seats. Thank you.